Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Ivančica Tarade from Zagreb, Croatia. I hope you're all fine. This is a beautiful moment for me because I'm so excited to see all your faces. Please mute your microphone at a moment. Greetings to all speakers and participants. Welcome to the 2024 eamba Festival Conference, Mindful Societies, Caring Communities, hosted by the Croatian Association. We would like to inform you that there will be translation available for parts in Croatian. Translation can be found at the bottom of the window. One more technical information. In the second part, there will be breakout rooms. In case you would like to participate in a Croatian speaking group, please put CRO besides your name in Zoom. If you have any technical problems, please contact Petra directly via chat. And just another technical detail is that we would like you to have cameras, if it's possible, in order to have the energy flow freely and that we'll have a feeling of togetherness. Also, the conference is being recorded for further use, and some screenshots will be taken during the conference. I hope you are comfortable with that. When we are ready, you can just smile and Petra will take a picture of us. So, welcome again. Petra, are you ready? We will take a minute just for everybody to choose the language. Thank you for your patience. And we are still waiting for some participants to join us.
Hey, smile.
Petra, is it okay? Thank you. Before I greet our welcome speakers, I'm inviting you for a short meditation, if you are ready. Close your eyes and take a long, slow breath, full and deep. Soften your face, your neck, your shoulders, your body. Breathing in and breathing out. Just do it a few more times to calm your mind and to calm your body. Relax yourself and just breathe slowly. I hope you are relaxed now, much more than 2 minutes ago. Now I greet Eva-Mia Krušlin, a president of Mindfulness Initiative Croatia, eamba, and eamba board member, to greet the participants. Eva-Mia, you can go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Caring Communities Festival Conference. I am Eva-Mia Krušlin, the president of the Mindfulness Initiative Croatia under the European Association for Mindfulness. It is a great honor to have you all here today. On behalf of our team, we are thrilled to host this event, bringing together passionate individuals from around the world to explore the theme of caring communities. This conference is particularly important to us because it not only highlights mindfulness, but emphasizes how it can serve as the foundation for more compassionate, connected, and resilient communities. In a world facing growing challenges like social isolation and mental health crisis, the need for connection and care has never been more critical. Through mindfulness, we can reflect on how we individually and collectively can foster environments that nurture emotional and social well-being. Throughout the conference, you'll hear from leaders in mindfulness, community building, and social well-being, sharing practical tools and insights on how we can bring these practices into our daily lives and communities. I truly hope you leave today with new insights, meaningful connections, and the inspiration to continue fostering care in your own communities. Together, we have a full day ahead of engaging conversations and opportunities to learn and grow alongside one another. Thank you once again for being part of this important event, and I look forward to the discussions that lie ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva-Mia. It was a very nice speech. Now I'm pleased to pass the floor to Katarina Mühlen from eamba, who will also share her words of welcome for everyone. Hi, Katarina.
Good morning again. So, here I am. Welcome, dear colleagues. I'm very happy you're here. And I really, really honor people who come here from different time zones, like in the middle of the night or in afternoon when you might want to have lunch with your friends, or at 4 p.m. when you might want to sleep. So kudos to you. I'm happy to be here. Thank you, Eva-Mia, for your introduction, which already gave us a good taste of what we are going to hear today, the mission that we are serving. I have just a few words to say about eamba. For all who haven't been here before, actually the acronym means European Associations for Mindfulness. But the European is not so correct anymore, because we are rather being more international.
Ma ide, ali sad on meni traži da izaberem jezik.
Please, please mute the microphone, Petra, for everybody else except Katarina. Thank you. Sorry.
No problem. I heard it, and that's life, huh? Life goes on while we have other plans. So, other than international, one of the main characteristics of eamba is that we support each other. And we support each other based on humility. The humility also shows in our logo, all being lowercase. The associations and the teachers are the ones who are upfront in society, and that is what eamba supports, that they can be there and do the work of transmitting mindfulness practice in a professional way. So this support means that eamba has one of its objectives, connection. We want to connect teachers and the associations that support them. We want everyone to be generous, and we want everyone to be grateful. These our values of connection, generosity, and gratitude are at the foundation of our existence. So as eamba, we spotlight the teachers. They are our heroes. Local associations do that in their local context, their cultural context, and eamba does that to connect them worldwide, European-wide, and beyond. What has changed over the years is that this individuality of teachers, we have grown to go in a more collective way, considering that only the collective consciousness, realizing that connection and collective consciousness is what can save us. Not individualism, not pride, not arrogance of look at me, and making it so important, making it about me, myself, and I. As John Kabat-Zinn puts it, that's the problem. So to save the planet and to save us, we need this collectiveness. That might sound as innovation, but actually it is not. Because in essence, we all know that connection and community is at the base of mindfulness, was the thing that the Buddha already broadcasted. Can you please mute? Thank you. So with eamba broadening and engaging, that community aspect has become more and more important. When recently Mario Draghi published a sustainability report, he was also talking about that, about the connection that is necessary to solve the multiple crises, the one that is not going away without us being in together, taking co-responsibility, and using all our professional skills to solve this. And we can only do that open-minded. So with that, I invite you not only to this conference, but to be in the eamba community and to benefit from that community and solve the multiple crises together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katarina. I hope too that everybody will listen these words. And now I just want to announce that each keynote speaker will be introduced by one eamba's board member. And we are starting from Eva Mia. Eva Mia, are you here?
Yes, so it is my pleasure to introduce the first keynote speaker, who will be Mr. Kinga Chering from the Institute of Happiness from Bhutan, and he has been very much involved in the first mindfulness city in the world, Gelefu City. So please, Kinga, if you can just give us a little bit the inputs, the news from Bhutan, and share that inspiration with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Eva, my dear friend, and also the president of eamba, the Croatian Association. And thank you, Katarina, the president of eamba. And it's such a great pleasure and a great, great honor to be here with the rest of the eamba board members, as well as the other participants. It is, of course, a big burden in some ways, because to start off this such a very important meeting, I am actually not an expert on mindfulness, but as Eva knows, I am from Bhutan. Just recently, we just concluded the 3 days of an international innovation forum, just yesterday, in fact, and it has been a huge success. And so I really appreciate this opportunity to share with you a little bit on background on what I do about the Institute of Happiness, and then also this bold visionary initiative taken by His Majesty, the King of Bhutan, on what we are calling it as the Gelefu Mindfulness City. So on a small background on the Institute of Happiness is a private sector institute which I helped co-found back in 2017. In fact, at that time, I was still at the Kennedy School with Eva and all these wonderful friends. So my friends convinced me that they have to visit Bhutan. And initially, I hesitated a bit. But in the end, with all the overcoming logistics challenges and the great distance, 35 of them made to Bhutan, a huge number by any standard. And that is the time when the institute was actually, the whole concept of Institute of Happiness began. I think as some of you might be aware, Bhutan is probably known for the whole philosophy of gross national happiness. But what we realize is that while this particular concept and philosophy is even adopted at the national level, but at the same time, I think when there are friends who would like to actually engage in a much more deeper conversation, who would like to follow up on some of the aspects of how do you really measure or even define happiness, I think these were some of the areas where there was no sort of a counterpart agency from Bhutan to play its proper role. So that was when then we decided that with the alumni, group of alumni friends in Bhutan who had gone to the Kennedy School or some other schools in primarily in the US, decided that, you know, having this particular institute would serve as a continuous platform for us so that we'll allow our friends from both outside and from within Bhutan to be engaged in a much more deeper and meaningful conversation when it comes to the philosophy of gross national happiness, or when it comes to defining happiness for yourself, or now, as we would like to put it, in fact, mindfulness has become a big component, and we have the whole vision of a city based on mindfulness now. So I'm very happy that I'm able to participate in this to learn from eamba. From what I see is you have been doing a tremendous job in Europe. And as Katrina has put it, not only Europe, but I think you are international, much more global as well. So in short, the Institute of Happiness, we are a small private think tank. We are focusing on 3 areas. One is on research. Second one is then how do we apply the research? Primarily, I think starting from the leadership area, because if we can get the leadership on board, then hopefully the practices will trickle down. So that's why we are very active in the areas of leadership training. And the third part that we are focusing on is on collaboration with pretty much academic institutions, and then also on caring communities like eamba. So these are 3 areas that we have been focusing on. And I would like to share that it has been very, very rewarding over the past few years. For example, this whole concept of sharing and collaborating has in fact led to how it all began back 6 years ago. Group of very, very active and very mindful community and participating, visiting Bhutan on an annual basis. So eventually we named it as a Harvard Trek. So it's not physically trekking up the mountains, but in fact, we do have alumni members and other participants visiting Bhutan 3 times a year. So one in spring break, one in summer break, and one in December winter break. So that has actually reiterated and also reinforced the kind of initiative and also validated the kind of interest that is globally out there when it comes to mindfulness. So therefore, we're very happy that today we are getting this opportunity to participate in this very, very important forum. So at the Institute of Happiness, we are very, very open. In fact, rather than trying to be, in some ways, claim that we are the custodian or expert on the concept of gross national happiness, we actually take it as our responsibility to share with whoever is interested in learning about it. And then at the same time, keeping at the back of our mind that we can always benefit with new inputs. So this could be in areas of deeper research in some survey methodology, or also it could be some areas of new concepts that people are floating around. Now, mindfulness is, I think, another area where there's a lot of interest. And the third area where we are really actually encouraging collaboration is how do we really integrate components of spirituality, because Bhutan is a Buddhist nation. We have the Vajrayana tradition, the spiritual heritage. That with also the current lot of, even I would say, issues or maybe discoveries in clinical psychology, mind training. And then, of course, I think in this day and age, who can afford to ignore cutting edge technology? So this is, again, the intersection of spirituality, clinical psychology, behavior, and cutting edge technology. How do we really benefit, especially through international collaboration? So I was just talking to a very young Bhutanese entrepreneur at the Innovation Forum who is developing an app called Good.ai. So that app, I know in the world of the digital gadgets where there's so many technologies, why bring another app? But I realized that the app that he's actually bringing on board is something where he's collaborating again through partnerships. So he has some of the spiritual masters on board who is guiding him in terms of philosophy, in terms of ethical issues. And then he has actually international coders, software engineers who are based in Japan or who are based in Silicon Valley to help him out. So it's very exciting to see that in Bhutan, not only that we are able to actually deep dive into some of the traditional and cultural wisdom to share with outside world on what little we have, but also collaborate so that we can, in fact, to use, I guess the entrepreneurial jargon is to scale it up, but scaling up cannot happen, I think, without the collaboration from wonderful friends like yourself. So this is where the Institute of Happiness is right now. And we are extremely proud of what little we're achieving. And as a matter of fact, even after this session, then I'm going to meet with a few international participants who are still in Bhutan to sort of continue our discussion on mindfulness. So I think
Evo, sad sam uključio mikrofon.
I guess that's the translation going on. So good, but I like the language. It sounds very nice. So that is the Institute of Happiness. We are available on the website, ioshbhutan.net. We are very active on Facebook, where we engage with a lot of people from Bhutan as well as from outside. And some of the things that we are actually really proposing are at the initial stage. One is called the constitutional equation of GNH, constitutional equation of gross national happiness. And the other component that we are trying and we are really pushing forward is actually a leadership module governance on ESG. So environmental, social, and governance. And so I think as we move forward, I would like to take opportunity through my friend Eva to share some of these works, some of these articles which are available, because I think there are a lot of things that we can collaborate on. So to move on to the next topic, which, how do we fit in now with this larger vision of Bhutan? Just as I said, we just concluded the big international Bhutan Innovation Forum, where we had 85 speakers, international that is, without adding the local speakers. Then we had about 350 international participants, and then overall about 500 local participants. So this Bhutan Innovation Forum is an innovation forum, but the main theme that we started off with one of the spiritual masters was on mindfulness. So in fact, His Holiness started the whole conversation. In the beginning, it was moderated by BBC moderator. And so the question is, you can point out to all parts of your body, but where is your mind? and I think, this is a critical question. Our hands might lead to the head, but I think when we think really deeply, where is the mind? It's a very complex subject. We don't know, it can be anywhere at this very moment. So I think with this new initiative in Bhutan, we are proposing that, in fact, the question of mindfulness, even though some of the traditions, like in Buddhist traditions, has always been there for the last thousands of years. But I think till now, we had more or less presumed that this is a personal choice in terms of how do you really adapt yourself? How do you do your mind training? So for people to go into 3 years or 10 years of meditation is not very, very rare in Bhutan. In fact, my own elder brother has gone to meditation for 9 years. That's in complete isolation. My late sister was a nun. She has been on a meditation before she passed away unfortunately in an accident. She has been in meditation. So every family has either one or two, at least in my generation, who are very, very serious practitioners of mind training. But I think now, as we are integrated with the larger part of the global society and communities, we feel that now this is where Bhutan, we have to open up and say that even mindfulness, meditation, being aware, I think this is not something that which you start by training within yourself, but ultimately I think how much you really benefit through this whole concept of immeasurable compassion, joy, love, and equanimity can be done only through this community and society. So therefore, I think we are very, very happy that our king has now taken on this bold initiative to, in fact, envision an urban center, which is like no other center in the world. I think there are a lot of centers which are built on the concept of smart living, on the concept of green ecology, on the concept of technology, on the concept of zero emission. But I think just like we had come up with the concept of gross national happiness at the community and national level, so this time also our king has come up with the concept of mindfulness city. So this city is going to be mainly anchored on mindfulness, and all the other things which are accessories will be in fact designed so that it will encourage mindfulness practices no matter wherever you come from. So the theme driving the mindfulness city is going to be actually very, very secular. It's not going to be spiritual in any sense or religious in any sense. In fact, this is an area of about 2,500 square kilometers. I think it would be roughly about 1,000 square miles, about 4 to 5 times the size of New York, Manhattan, or maybe even Singapore. And so it's a pretty big area. And this would be designated as a special administrative region, which is SAR. So which means that while Bhutan, we have been very successful with the concept of GNH, but at the same time, I think we do have our own baggages of legal system. We do have our own baggages of long-established cultural heritage and ways of organizing our communities. And we do not want to burden those things on our friends who are coming from all over the world, no matter what faith background you come from, no matter what race background you come from, no matter what gender preference that you come from. So the whole idea is to open up this mindfulness city with its own administrative power, with its own legal basis, and with its own ways and means of organizing these centers, organizing the communities. So therefore, I hope that as we progress with this very, very bold vision of Gilafo Mindfulness City, association like eamba, Croatian-based chapter, you'll be kind enough to share this concept with all your other friends. And I think one thing that we are trying to do in Bhutan is that while we have a lot of colleagues among us who would like to really genuinely feel compassionate for the planet, feel compassionate for the human race, feel compassionate even for animal race, that we would like to do so many good things in the philanthropy area. But at the same time, we are all aware that we are all competing for very, very limited resources globally and worldwide. So therefore, in this Gilafo Mindfulness City, our king has actually established agencies and organizations in some ways which are geared towards really trying to look through these practical issues of where do you get your funding from? Who's going to put in the money? If somebody comes in with the money, what is the thing that we need to provide him or her? Because there's nothing as such as free lunch. So therefore, what we are doing is, my own personal view in the Institute of Happiness is how we are articulating as Buddhist capitalism with the spirit of gross national happiness. So therefore, we need capitalism in some ways because we need to develop, we need to get rid of hunger. Of course, whether that's the best way or not can be up for discussion. But the reality is we need companies to work, we need FDI monies to come in, and we need to provide employment for young people. So all these things are happening in this Gelefo Mindful City. And then also, I think when it comes to environmental issues, from the Institute of Happiness, what we are proposing is perhaps, I think, when we go around the villages, some of the wisdom that we learned from the grassroots was that maybe perhaps Bhutan could also articulate the antithesis of tragedy of commons. I think tragedy of commons is something now which in fact is discussed everywhere at the global level. And when you microcosmic challenges of tragedy of common is also highly visible everywhere. But in Bhutan, I think one thing that because of the strong and close-knit society in the village communities, they have a saying that if you want to plow the community field, you better be prepared to break your own plowshare. And I think to me, it captures the whole essence of, how can we do things different and mindfully, but at the community level, at the society level. And it bears a certain element of sacrifice, because I think in pure world of capitalism, I think it's about self-interest, it's about personal gain, and I think there's no win-win situation at all. It's going to be win-lose. But I think the antithesis of this with the Buddhist capitalism, spirit of gross national happiness, and the antithesis to tragedy of commons, perhaps maybe, I think in a small way, but with very good and mindful intention, we might be able to offer from Bhutan. So with this, I really, really would like to thank again my friend, president from Croatian Association of eamba, Iva, president of eamba, Katerina, and all the honorable board members and the participants here. So with this, I would like to again say Tashi Delek, which is thank you for good luck for in Bhutanese. And I would be very happy to keep our engagement through the Institute of Happiness with your very, very esteemed eamba organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kinga, for your contribution. We are very inspired by what you shared. My name is Teresa Ranieri. I'm Italian, but I live in Portugal, and I've been a European citizen for many years. And yeah, we're happy to introduce the next speaker, which is Teresa, sorry. I hope she can be also part of this screen by now. Yeah, Teresa Roach, she lives in the US, in Flint, Michigan, and she's the director of the Mindfulness Initiative at the Crime Fitness Foundation. And she's dedicated to increase access to trauma-informed, mindfulness-based programs that support the mental well-being of Flint and Genesee County residents. Teresa believes that mindfulness can help individuals navigate the challenges of daily life and foster deep engagement with community building. And her work aims to create resilient communities by integrating mindfulness practices and ensuring that mental health support is both accessible and impactful. And she will share with us how mindfulness can play a role in transforming systems and cultures, especially within the civic and criminal justice field. Thank you, Teresa, for being here with us. We know that it's very early in the United States and you're still with us, so thank you for sharing your wisdom and your experience with our community. And so the word is yours.
All right, well, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. I do have some slides, so am I able to just share those? Oh, okay, here we go. All right, I think, there we go. All right, so I'll go ahead and get these started. Here we go. All right, so thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. This is really exciting for me, I think, being here. Hopefully you can see my slides up on the screen now. So yes, so like Teresa said, my name is Teresa Roach, and I'm the director of the Mindfulness Initiative at the Creme Fitness Foundation, which is in Flint, Michigan, here in the United States. And the purpose of the mindfulness initiative here is really to share the science and the resources and the practices and policies of mindfulness that can support mental well-being and overall well-being with the community members here. So at every level. And so I'll back up and talk a little bit about the Creme Fitness Foundation. So the Creme Fitness Foundation is a nonprofit organization right here in the heart of Flint. And at the Creme, our goal is to cultivate accessible, vibrant communities in the city and throughout the county that encourage people to have healthy lifestyles and integrate those into by integrating physical activity, healthy eating, and mindfulness into their daily lives. And so when we think about that, we are thinking about the way that policies work, the way that the communities are built, the way that we are teaching things in the classroom. So we're really looking at how can we integrate all of these things into just everyday life so that it becomes an easy choice to make, so that you can walk to your friend's house, you can go for a bike ride. It's easy to choose the healthy choice. And that is what the Creme is all about. And one of the things we started to find too was that people didn't find it easy to take care of themselves mentally. And so we thought, how do we help the community with getting somewhere where they can integrate easy ways to deal with stress, anxiety, depression? How do we integrate that easily into their daily lives? Of course, you can go to a clinical mental health institution, but we're thinking about if you are a child, you're 10 years old, and you want to learn how to regulate your emotions. How do we begin to just make that a natural part of life? And so the way that we thought we would get started with doing that was just working within the schools and teaching attention training to kindergarten through third, fourth, fifth graders, like just teaching it to young children. And then eventually teaching that to the teachers, the parents, the staff, and everybody around the students. And so we started to see a lot of really positive responses in that. And eventually people said, well, we got to do this throughout our whole community, not just in the schools. And so that led us to thinking about a 5-sector approach to integrating mindfulness into all the different corners of our society and figuring out ways to integrate it and weave it into the different things that we do. So taking a look at the business model that we have in the business community. How do we weave mindfulness into the business community? How do we help people access the tools there that can help them with occupational stress, that can help them with burnout, and allow them to show up to work feeling good, or allow them to take a break, and making sure that they're regulating their emotions and their stress in a healthy way. So that's really our approach, is trying to think about the different areas throughout, because everything is connected. And so once we start paying attention to the fact that everything is connected, you think about the different policies that you might have in a community or in a school, and how they might affect people long term in terms of their stress and their anxiety, their depression, really starts to uh, just become very clear that the overall picture is really what we need to look at. So in order to do that, we started looking at just working with different people in different groups. And so reaching out to experts in the civic arena, reaching out to experts in the schools and the health arena, and building an advisory board. So not doing this in a vacuum. So reaching out even to residents and community members who maybe are not with an institution, and just finding out what is it that people really believe that they need, what do they desire to address some of these issues. And so mindfulness kind of started as a way to build some attention training and help people with stress and anxiety. And then in 2020, we began to have a lot of issues with just with COVID. We'd already had, kind of the pandemic stressed everybody out. Previous to that, Flint also went through a water crisis where our community was dealing with lead in the water. And then we also had Black residents in the United States being murdered through police violence. And so we've kind of been facing back to back to back some pretty heavy situations here. And so one of the things we thought was mindfulness is a really great way to deal with trauma, to provide something that's accessible to everyone and that can really start creating some safe containers for us to begin healing and having connection and finding some common humanity and really addressing some of these major issues that we were starting to see in our communities. And so, like I said, we believe that collaborating across organizations is the best way to really begin to integrate it into society. So we work with the school districts in our youth and education sector. We work with over 48 nonprofit organizations now in the community sector. So we're talking about after school programs, neighborhood groups, working with food distribution centers. So lots and lots of different people that understand that paying attention to mental well-being is critical and it's a major barrier to overall health, which is why the CRIM is very interested in this. And even looking at how do we work with our local law enforcement, our municipalities, our local government, how can we build this into the crux of what it is that we do? And so that is what kind of led us to beginning to do some work with our fire department, our police department, working with the city and just talking to them about what are some things that we could do, what are some things that we can bring. Because we had started doing the work in the schools earlier, as it evolved, we were able to show, if we can do this with children, then we can certainly do this with adults. So we were able to show from our work in the schools that this is something that could be reasonably done. One of the ways that we got started, we just kind of began the conversation. And so, the fire department and the police department, they are a little resistant in the beginning. Talking about your feelings is not really something that the law enforcement are super excited about. However, we started to see unfortunately, some suicides were happening in our law enforcement due to some severe occupational stress, which we don't talk about a lot, is that the fire department and our law enforcement, our first responders, they have a lot of trauma. They are showing up on the scene and seeing some very disturbing things sometimes, and they need to process that. And so, as we kind of began these conversations, unfortunately, there was a suicide. And so the fire department said, okay, we're ready. We want to try this. We have to do something. We need to offer something for people. We've got to try something different than what we've been doing. And so what we ended up doing was a 8-week series during 2020. So during COVID. I'm sorry if you can hear dogs behind me. They are playing behind me. So in 2020, we were all virtual here. Everybody was at home. We were not, we couldn't go anywhere because it was COVID-19 was really running rampant at that time here in the United States and everywhere else. And so we couldn't leave. And so we worked with the fire department to do a virtual mindfulness-based stress reduction program for about 8 weeks. And so what they ended up doing was they would come to our offices and they all worked in individual spaces. They all spread out. We were all virtual, but they were able to have access to our building so that they could work on this. And we worked with an organization called Mindful Coaching, or I'm sorry, Mindful Badge. So we worked with an organization called Mindful Badge, and he has a program called Mindful Coaching. And so he works with police officers, veterans, and different groups like that. He's a retired officer and a veteran. And so we started doing this program for about 8 weeks. And what we found was that, first of all, people were very happy with the program. They really liked it. They thought it was a great way to kind of process what had happened. I mean, one of their colleagues took their own life. And so this was a really good way for them to really process and be together and find some connection. And so at the end of the training, we were able to find out that people were saying, the things that would normally stress me out, they still exist, but now I can step back, I can take a breath, and I can stay calm. So people were able to, in a healthy way, process the things that were happening to them or that they were seeing in front of them as a first responder. One of the other things we found is that the participants were saying that they are able to remain grounded. So they're able to make clear decisions after they had been doing mindfulness for about 6 weeks at this point. And so they were saying there's more clarity about what's important in that moment. They were able to respond wisely. And in these moments of extreme stress, when you're the first responder and you're showing up on the scene during probably something that is the other person's worst day of their life, essentially. If you're a first responder, you're showing up to a house fire, that's probably the worst day that that other person is having. I mean, that's a terrible situation. And so mindfulness-based stress reduction was really giving these first responders the ability to process what they needed to process and then help the people that they were there to serve. And so for them, this was a really important tool. One of the participants said, I'm able to use mindfulness all the time, and it's just become part of who I am personally and professionally. So they were really beginning to embody it after doing a 6 to 8 week program.
Teresa, you have 1 more minute or 2, so just continue.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Thank
I
you.
think I started my timer late. So I'll just fast forward a little bit here to that led us to, we had some really good results working with the fire department. And so that also led us to doing some work with the police department. And so we've been able to do some work with the police department in 2022 and 2023. And so we've been doing a 7-week program with them, and they've also been finding this to be very useful. But when we started doing the work with the police department, we thought, how do we bring in the residents and build some connection? And so one of the things we've been doing is having the Black residents in the city of Flint go through this program and the police go through this program separately. And then at the end, they have a day together to really debrief and start to find out how they are connected as humans so that we can start removing these barriers of police violence, of mistrust, and people not understanding one another. And so I'm just going to show you some of the quotes that we have been seeing, residents saying that, wow, this is really incredible. A lot of residents a lot of Black residents have a lot of fear of the police because of things like George Floyd, because of things like Trayvon Martin, and sadly, a long list of Black Americans who've been hurt or murdered through police violence. So having residents come into the space feeling a little uncertain and leaving feeling safer was one of our goals. And thankfully, we had a very successful program from 2022 and 23. And in 24, this year, we were able to get a grant to support a 3-year study with Brown University to really dig a lot deeper into this and get some more research and evidence-based results so we can kind of prove that this is working. We did a couple of small pilots and we could see that there was a shift in people's anxiety and between the police and the community. And so we were able to see that anecdotally, but we are really excited that we get to start a 3-year study this year. So thank you so much for allowing me to be here. Sorry, I kind of maybe went over my time a little bit, but really do appreciate being able to be a part of this and just say that it is really important to try to weave this into the policies and the systems and the way that we enforce things in our communities, just so people can begin to see that there is a connection between one another and being able to give our law enforcement the tools that they need to handle some very difficult situations. We find that sometimes people press that trauma down and then they have maladaptive behaviors, and that happens all across different sectors, but it's especially important, I think, in the areas where the people are going to be serving others who have dealt with trauma, where we really have to make sure that they're processing that. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate being here.
Thank you so much. Katerina, your turn.
Thank you, Teresa. I think that I got a very good impression. You helped us understand how this is not in the vacuum, how this 5-sector model really integrates various aspects of what is in the community. And with that, actually, I mentioned the Mario Draghi sustainability report. You just gave us an example of how that looks in practice in your community in Flint. And what impressed me also was you saying that you listen to what people need and you listen to them. Well, when we listen to people, when they're not in survival mode, they will tell us they don't want a McDonald's, they want peace of mind. And they want quality of life. So thank you very much for being with us and for sharing this. Here comes the applause, also from me. That was my colleague here next door with the same bookcase. We will exchange later, right? We will have more possibility to talk. So now I invite, let me see, I have to find you, Manish. Manish, let me see.
Yes, hi, I am here.
Yes, I have to make this bigger to see. Manish. Yes, I saw you in, but I'm trying to find your photograph to spotlight.
Okay, can you?
And here. So, good morning. Welcome, Manish.
Good
You're
morning.
also an example of what Mario Draghi said, to bring all the professional skills we have to the table. Not only the ones that we are trained for in mindfulness, but all our own history. And you're all over the internet, so it was very easy to learn more about you and the things you personally do. And I learned that since 2014, you made a pivot. You came into mindfulness and you almost left your business life, but that is your background. Is that correct? You're a businessman in essence.
Yes, I'm a professional. I specialize into international business, setting up new organization, building new companies. That was my area of specialization, which I left in between because no new organization. We don't need more rich people. We need more kind people, actually.
That's a wonderful stepping stone to invite you to start your speech and tell us what you're doing. I mean, the Mindfulness India Summit in the background is already up. It's very close. It's in October. But first, you will tell us more about your work in India and then maybe also something about the Mindfulness Summit. The floor is yours. Thank you for being here and joining us.
Okay, just okay. Let my background be natural. So, okay, give me 1 second. Okay. So first of all, thank you, Katrina, for such a wonderful introduction, and thank you, Eva, for inviting me to this gathering of such a learned people who have dedicated their life and time on a subject like mindfulness. So thank you, Association of European Association for Mindfulness, for inviting me also, and all those people who've been working on this subject of mindfulness. I start with my presentation. Let me share. Okay. Okay. I usually start my presentation with this picture of Ganesha. And Ganesha is the Lord for everything which you start. It signifies that big body signifies that you need to have some presence. The trunk signifies that, you know, speak less. And his wisdom is that, you know, stay very low. And, you know, this is a big Lord, but his vehicle is, the vehicle he travels is a mouse, very small. In most of the time, whenever we become big, our vehicle become bigger and bigger. Like if we wanted to buy a big car, then we buy a big plane, then we buy a big yacht. So he signifies whenever you become bigger, get a smaller vehicle possibly. So that's what my starting point today is. As I left my career in 2014 and set up a foot on bringing mindfulness to large organizations, I realized the need for mindfulness starts with every part of society, not only organizations, not only to the leaders. And since my background was in meditation, I started meditation at a very early part of my life. At a 7-year-old, I started my initiation with one of my teachers. And I practiced various forms of meditation. I decided that in 2018 that we need to create this platform larger for the country, because the country which has contributed in bringing mindfulness to the world is still grappling with understanding of mindfulness and application of mindfulness in larger format. Because we sometimes, when things are so open and easy for us, we take it for granted. And that's what happened in India as well. We're taking these practices so granted. We think it's in our society. So my Indian style namaste to all of you, and namaste to Katrina, to Eva, to Teresa, and all of you. And as you know, my name is Manish Behil. When I spoke about mindfulness remained very initial part of Indian society, be it starting from Harappa and Indus Valley. We found the seals showing people meditating, till the education style in India. And, you know, it just became a very ancient healing style for all of us. Now this very common, you know, people see yoga as a healing, but mindfulness is still a very, very early part of thought process which has not been accepted the world. And we're glad that, you know, people and world is now acknowledging the more role of mental health than the physical health. You know, remember time when we used to see, you know, remember all of you, if you think about it, the 60s or 70s, when we used to see the rich man in the pictures, it's shown a rich man is a very big belly man holding a cigar, and a poor man is a very thin person, you know, running here and there. But that's not only in 90s this picture changed. The poor man become fat and rich man become thin. Okay. So the awareness for mental, physical health became very common, that the richness is not about being fat and big. Richness is being about how fit you could be. And now I think this revolution is also now bringing the mental health becomes very important. And that's how the people started yoga and meditation now. And as a fabric of India, you know, the religion, the colors in India, it's so vibrant. If you come, you know, all of you, if you travel to India, you realize the beauty of this country is such that there's so much of color, so much of diversity, so much of things to learn. And, you know, we say that, you know, we kind of trying to find a peace in a chaos. So it's like, you know, living in a constant hurricane and finding an eye off and a storm all the time, being in a traffic, being in a people. It's always a storm which is happening. And at the same time, you have a religion, you have multiple religions to work on, you have multiple ethnicity to work on, you have multiple languages to work on in one place. So I think that's the best place to start practicing mindfulness. Okay. And I thought of bringing this because we see at a good level, but when we see at a lower level, we see very high poverty. We see the education is also pretty low. We see the people are suffering from malnutrition. People are suffering from education. The basic education is not there. Basic healthcare is not there. Basic awareness is also gone. And large organizations, large institutions are somehow take advantage of these situations. And that is the time I thought, rather than going to these institutions and organizations talking about mindfulness, can I create a larger platform to bring mindfulness to every person in this country and worldwide, and tell world that what exactly mindfulness means. And that's the time I set up this Mindfulness India Summit, and my organization changed my name from Beyond Mind to Mindful Science Center, where we started working on research. We started working on more authentic ways of bringing mindfulness. So this was this thing, and to my surprise, this became a big success for us. All large conglomerate you see in this room, when we started, started taking part in this conference worldwide. People started traveling to India to learn about mindfulness. So we brought people from international fraternities, from education, from research, from science, from institutions. Search Insight became our partner, Oxford Mindfulness Center became a partner, Greater Good Science became partner, and we were so glad that all Sanghas started to support the movement which we started in India. Now what we did in this Mindfulness India Summit, we brought the cultural part of it, we talk about the religious part of it, and we also talk about the various practices which we did. Not only at Mindful India Summit, and this helped us to go deeper awareness to society. Like we did a lot of radio shows to bring awareness to the people about mindfulness. Now, I don't want to talk about what is mindfulness, because you all are so champion about a subject. So I thought I should not preach the choir that what is mindfulness is all about. So I hope that you're understanding what work which we are talking more about a work rather than what is mindfulness. We are not talking on a summit. So what I try to do, a lot of people have a misconcept about mindfulness, because we relate mindfulness with meditation most of the time. Whenever somebody says mindfulness, the picture comes to our mind is man sitting and meditating, or woman sitting and meditating, or people sitting and meditating. But this is not the actual mindfulness. Mindfulness is a form of level of awareness, whatever it is. It could be bad thought, it could be good thought, it could be past thought, it could be thought of future, it could be thought of present. I say mindfulness is an observer eye which you need to open up, being aware, and start contributing, living in present moment, not living thinking what will it take to future. So this concept, then we brought it to the education. So first I see in this picture, we started doing a lot of radio shows in India, and then we started going to the education. The best way I have learned, friends, that best way to bring mindfulness is take it to the education. If you take it to the education level, then the coming generation will help this to take it to the society. So we went to the education, and beauty part is not only first we went to the big universities. University says, why don't you take it to the schools? Then when you see in the picture, we went to the schools. And when we went to the schools, we found that children wanted this thing. What children said, can you teach my mama also the same thing? And I said, okay, one session for mamas also. So we did mama session. And then mamas also said, listen, can you teach it to our parents? So we did mindfulness grandparent sessions also. So all the grandparents of the children started participating. And you see here that we did first the mama's session, and then papa's session, and then the grandparent session. And this became quite a popular for us to do. While we did this, we've been invited to teach mindfulness to the monks. So monks said, we do more meditation. Can you teach what is new form of mindfulness? So I've been invited by Buddhist Society, to talk about the modern behavior of science of mindfulness. And there were 500 monks who came and listened to the concept, and they've been very much connected with us later. And then, Education Ministry invited us to speak at a large forum that how can an education system can be built. And then there was the Indian big news channel said that can we relay this whole information to larger population and audience? And then I was invited by Discovery Channel to talk about it on a Discovery Channel on this subject of mindfulness. And this became very popular. Then we started doing work with Indian police. Police officers started learning mindfulness. They have to deal with such an element which don't need to have more emotional awareness. And they really thanked that, we have taught something more about emotions. So you see this in this slide, you see that we started creating awareness with police, with administration, and then this movement become a little big. And this is something about Mindfulness India Summit. I want to share AV. Can you hear the music?
Yes.
Welcome to Mindfulness India Summit, an initiative of Beyond Mind and Mindful Science Center. Sometimes simply by sitting, the soul collects wisdom.
Mindfulness is all about moment-to-moment awareness, whatever is arising in this current moment, without creating any judgment of your part.
I think anything to do with the mind or mental health illnesses is considered a taboo because it is seen as a personal failing.
So low that you don't have even awareness of yourself, you cannot even think about the reason why you're living. You need to have some kind of awareness. So I think that's how mindfulness and ikigai can connect. Like,
when we are more excited to share where we went and what we had, rather than wake up in the morning and decide what are we going to have today, what's it going to be like. Mindfulness starts with anticipation.
So this was a small AV about the work which we're doing at Mindfulness India Summit. And this is the two institutes which we run, Mindful Science Center, which works on creating mental awareness to organizations, schools, institutions, run various programs, and contribute into the society by bringing awareness about mindfulness and mindfulness-based practices. And we also help a lot of international organizations to bring their programs into India. So if any of you would like to be associated, bring programs to India, we're happy to collaborate and help you with this coming to India. And also if you're looking forward any information, knowledge, collaboration with your organization, institutions, we're happy to collaborate and be a part of a respectable member of this society and this Sangha. And this is about mindfulness. You can have, this is my connection, and you can reach out to me anytime. Anytime I'm available on these numbers. And thank you.
Thank you, Manish. It was very, very nice of you. And now I have to announce a break for all the rest
If
of
there is any questions, if I have 1 or 2 minutes, I can take questions. Anything you would like to ask me, we're happy to take any questions.
I think you were so clear to everyone.
Great. So I'm glad that you invited me. Thank you so much.
I would like to ask a question. Manish, I think
Yes.
you just gave us an excellent example of integrating your past professionalism to create something that in mindfulness we seldom see. Because this kind of like unpacking, like also allowing our ego to be present. We in mindfulness, we rather don't have that culture. We are rather modest. We are rather humble. But you just showed us how much you can mobilize when you do that. So how did you engage your network? did you actually use your past network to bring those people in, or did you start from scratch?
Okay, so thank you, Katharina, for asking me this question. You know, sometime you said when you are in Rome, do as the Romans do. Okay, you cannot teach something because I come from a background of a professionalism. I understand what language they understand. I cannot speak gibberish to person who understand English. Okay, I have to speak in English. So one thing we started doing is that when we started talking them about mindfulness directly related to spiritualism and leaving things and go to hermitage and meditate, which is not the purpose of an organization. So I realized that, you know, we need to speak a same language while maintaining our sanity at the same level. So it's very difficult, you know, a tight rope to walk. It's a difficult edge to walk on, and where you have to maintain your sanity, you have to maintain your reality, and also talk the same language. So it's very, very important. You know, I did that, Katrina. You asked me this question, and we always find it very tight and difficult to manage this whole thing. And we also have friends like you in society which acknowledge the effort we are doing, the past thing we have worked, the teams we have worked. So they acknowledge it is hard work. I'm telling you, it's pretty hard work to do. But you know, that's the route we decided to walk on, and I'm happy to help if anybody need any help from my end.
Thank you very much. You're most welcome. As we said, eamba is international, has become international, also to some friends who are present here, like Ellen. So be welcome in this community. Let's learn from each other, and let's make a dent in the universe. And now I give back to you, Ivanicha, because you wanted to announce a pause. Please let us know how much time we have.
Okay, well, I hope you enjoyed till now, and you can take a break till well, we have to lose some times, but I think it's 11, 20, 25, 25. I think it will be 10 minutes break. Okay, people?
Can you all hear that? Oh, cool. I know we still have 1 minute, but I thought to share with you this arrival sound, making yourself comfortable again in front of the screen. Ivan Chicha, would you like to share anything before we continue?
Well, I'm so pleased everybody knows her job, so I don't have to do anything. Thank you, Petra, for coming and doing this beautiful sound.
Amazing. Yeah, I'm so excited to be here. Welcome everybody from the depth of my heart, also from my side. Today I'm in the role of eamba board member. My name is Tatini, and I'm also a board member of the German Association with more than 1,000 members. And I'm so happy also to be here with my dear colleague Katharina in her house in the Netherlands, so we can do and join together here. And I'm also delighted and actually excited to announce Eva Mia now. If the responsible person could, how you say, pin us, the two of us, it would be lovely. I don't know whether you can do it, Katharina, or if Petra is there. Here.
Yes.
Okay,
Eva,
and then
Eva.
Eva.
Here, got you. Whoop.
Here we are. Okay, now we're not together. Can you pin us both?
Yes.
For a moment.
Here we go.
Hi, dear Eva Mia. Yeah, Eva, I'm really delighted and excited to announce you also. We learned to get to know each other last year when you stepped up to become a board member, and I was really keen to know you. And yeah, and then we had a lot of work to do, and you prepared for almost 1 year now this amazing conference. And yeah, you are also a president of Association Mindfulness Initiative Croatia and the founder, as I heard. And you have been integrating mindfulness within the public admin and education and other fostering mental health and resilience. And I'm really can't wait to hear about your presentation about the Caring Cities and Municipalities project in Croatia.
Thank you, Tatini, for a very lovely introduction. Yes, we had the privilege in front of the Mindfulness Initiative Croatia to organize this conference, and it is our privilege to also present the results of the work we have been doing in Croatia. That's called Caring Cities and Municipalities. So let me just start with the presentation and do the introduction. Can you just see everybody? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. So for the next few minutes, I will just present the Caring Cities and Municipalities pilot project in Croatia. So it was started in Viškovo in the last phase. But why did we start this project in the first place? Well, the goal was practically we've noticed the adaptive problem in the society, and that was about the quality of services being delivered by the public officials, civil servants. So we wanted to work on their mental, emotional well-being, resilience, to reduce stress, to just enhance them with some skills so they can empower themselves to be able to deliver the services better to the local citizens who are paying for them in the end. How did we approach this? Well, we wanted to create a mindful workplace through emotional regulation and mindfulness practices, fostering a healthy and productive work environment and healthy, caring and productive work environment. Well, just see. Why can't I go? Oh, here. So the key impact was that the improved service quality by having happier city officials. It was the increased productivity and to do just a sustainable working environment and working on the sustainable communities. We will show you how. Okay, so the project was done in 3 phases. The first phase was introducing the 8-week mindfulness training for the local civil servants. It was like 150-minute sessions. And they have, as you will see from the testimonials and from the people who will come today from the city of Viškovo, who are here, who will talk to you and share their own personal views and experiences. So the first phase was an 8-week mindfulness that was that's scientifically proven. Phase 2, it's an active community contribution. So during the 8-week program, we have asked the participants to choose inside their local community what is the main need of their just I have a phone. What is the main need of their local community? And so Viškovo as the municipality chose something, and the Gradiška as the city chose another project where they would just do something good for their local community. And the third one was strengthening emotional teal culture and citizen relations. So this was a workshop that is being introduced to the employees and the leadership. And it's working on building the emotional team culture. So how to have a better nurtured team culture. And we were also working on creating better citizen relations. So they were working with interactive cards where they had to just think of ways how they would like their own connections with the citizens, what kind of services they would like to deliver. So it's more encouraging them to think about the process. And this is in the whole benefits that we have introduced, long-term benefits, and this is done by phases. So on which long-term benefit does each phase target? So higher efficiency and cost reduction, it was done by the mindfulness program. So because in the mindfulness training, they're learning how to be more focused, how to be more, just to be more productive. And the second is also cost reduction. This was good because by, being more aware of their own thoughts, and they're working on the preventive measures. So by working on the preventive measures, automatically the local government is introduced with lower costs because they will be less sick, they will, go less on the sick leave, and have maybe some issues that are related to cost. The second phase is connected to proactive governments and citizen satisfaction. So they had to choose a local project, a voluntary project, which will enhance the local community. And the phase 3 was, again, working on the citizen satisfaction and sustainable work environment by nurturing the team culture and by introducing the fact that they had to think about how they would like to improve their citizen relation. Then this is the theory of change model that we have done for the project. And this is just too much to go, but it's here. We wanted to say that we have put it on the platform. It's a theory of change model for the caring cities and municipalities. So we have created also a platform that's called www.wecare.eu.hr, which is a platform which I will introduce a little bit later, but these are all the materials where you can find everything about the project. So the main thing about the caring cities and municipalities is that this really is not just theory. It is something that has been delivered in practice. We have seen the changes, the real world results. And it's a model that gives proof and that brings a lot of long-term benefits to the local community. So these are some of the key outcomes from pilot locations. So as I said, we had city of Nova Gradiška. So grad means city in Croatian, and općina means municipality. So we have a testimonial from Nova Gradiška, a mayor, who mentioned that we will just put a video now in a second. But the main thing, what he was saying here is that his team, they had 2,000 warnings to comply with legal regulations. And and there was one aggressive incident, verbally aggressive incident, and his team has managed to de-escalate the problem. And then at the end of the whole event, his team said, this is exactly what we learned in the training and applied it to our situation. So yeah, we will just see the video, how he explains a little bit in detail how the mayor of Nova Gradiška sees this project. Oh, we can't hear.
You need to turn on sharing audio. It's in the Zoom. When you start sharing the audio, click the button.
Evo, došli smo do toga i to je ono što vidim, da su se pojavili neki novi osmjesi. O tome se priča. Ja onako jednostavno ne mogu dopustiti si 2-3 sata da budem na jednom mjestu, pa neću moći ni ovdje. Vjerojatno čim završim moramo ići dalje. Međutim, ako sam koji put zavjerio, ono što mi je bilo interesantno, ljudi su se smijali. 22 ljudi plus Mija, oni su se smijali. Gradska uprava je vrevi od ljudi, ona je puna, ona je mnoštvo. Znači imate tužnih lica, imate strogih lica, imate svega. Međutim, na jednom mjestu onako onda to nešto zrači. Onda to je nešto zaista što osjećate i vidite da to ima smisla. To je prvi segment. Drugi segment otprilike je upravo ovo što sam počeo govoriti, je posao koji radi gradska uprava. Znači mi smo samo prošli tjedan poslali oko 2000 opomena. Morali smo poštivati zakonske regulative i morali smo to. Evo, pričali smo malo o autu. Znači, mnoštvo ljudi je došlo nezadovoljno, mnoštvo je, imali smo čak i jedan ozbiljan slučaj da je čovjek bio agresivan, doduše verbalno agresivan. Međutim, ovi treninzi nekako su utjecali na te moje ljude, na moju administraciju i to je se spustilo i nije bilo više tih problema. Kasnije su se oni međusobno dogovarali, razgovarali, evo, upravo smo to, taj model ili nešto smo prilagodili tome. Tako da je to velika stvar i prije svega lijepa stvar. Zbog toga, kao što je kolegica rekla, mi smo malo škrinuli vrata, vi koji mjesec prije nas, ali evo, mislim da je to jako lijepo i da to treba biti kontinuitet, da to treba biti nastavak i da sljedeći put kad budemo bili na ovakvoj konferenciji mora biti set gradova koji će to raditi. Zbog toga, hvala što ste nas pozvali ovdje.
Okay, so this was the mayor of Nova Gradiška. It's the first city that has undergone this kind of mindfulness training, scientifically proven. This is they have put it in their yearly official yearbook, saying how they are the first city in Croatia that has started this mindfulness project. And it was a city official yearbook talking about the whole event and the training. And these are some of the testimonials. So they said at first we thought this was just another theoretical course, but it turned into a transformative experience. We learned how to manage stress, improve communication, be fully present in our work. This led to better productivity, open communication, and a more supportive work environment. We are thankful to our mayor for recognizing the need for this training, and Eva Mia for guiding us through it with such care. So they are aware, and they made this, as you can see on the picture number 1, you know, when they had the presentation moment, they had to present what they learned. They really decorated the whole place, and they were very, very grateful for what they have learned, the practical elements, not the theoretical ones. This is from the Viškovo testimonial, but I will not talk too much about it. This is from Suzana Šepić. She's the head of the registry office at the municipality of Viškovo. She's one of the ambassadors of this project because she has really, on her physical level, she has noticed how she manages stress differently, and she's noticed how it influences, like there is stress still present, but you know, how she can really take a step back and manage her emotions better, and how that influences her service to the citizens. Because if she's well, if she can handle her own self, then she will be able to take care of the citizen and their needs much better. But she will talk about it a bit more later. And this is a testimonial from Željko Jurčić. He is the local civil servant from the municipality of Viškovo. He's the head municipal warden. So what he does, he goes around the municipality and checks, and they call him usually whenever there's a stressful situation regarding anything that is regarding the citizen complaints, regarding parking, you know, regarding other operational work in municipality. He's the main person they call. So his job is always very, very stressful. You know, every call he receives, he has to solve something. So he said how he approaches the situations differently, more calmly now, how he's not storytelling about what is going to happen next, but is more present with, you know, with every step, and how he has learned to also de-escalate conflict, and because he's aware that citizens are part of their community and that they have to be the service to the citizens. But he will also talk a little bit more about this. So this was the phase 1, the presentation of the mindfulness training. This was phase 2 in Viškovo, where they had to do a local community project, which was always something that is related to, you know, the greenery, something related to, you know, forestation, or just they had to empower their local community by doing a good project, voluntary project, by recognizing the need of the local community. And this was the last phase for the leadership training, where we have done it was an interactive workshop doing the emotional culture and nurturing what kind of emotional culture do they want to have in their team and with their employees. Yes, so we have still another training that's going to be for the employees. Okay, and we just wanted to mention something, that this Caring Cities and Municipalities project is something that connects very well, and it's an add-on. It's like a support for the current smart city concept, because smart cities are talking about improving the technology, about improving efficiency, automation, greenery, sustainability. But the only thing that the smart cities do not have is that human factor. It's about empowering the people. It's about giving them the emotional and mental sustainability to be able to carry this technology and the greenery. So our project is definitely something that supports the current Smart City initiative. And what are some of the next steps? So anybody who would like to become part of this project can join. They can join by going to we have as I said, it's a hub. It's a platform where we offer any city, any municipality to join through this platform. Companies, we also have that for companies that can join the platform, and the facilitators, anybody who would like to become an agent of change. They can become a licensed facilitator, and we will start with the trainings. This is all done to empower the current, the whole process, and to keep it in a way fostering the project and giving the people the power to continue this work further. Yes, thank you so much for listening. And any emails that you have, please contact us at team@wecare.eu.hr. Thank you.
Hvala ti, Iva. Možeš sada najaviti našu sljedeću?
Da, yes, hoću na hrvatskom možda. Okay, maybe I'll just say it in Croatian because this is a lady from Croatia. She is the mayor of municipality Viškovo, and she will share her own experiences. Pa evo, sada bi gospođi
We are losing you.
načelnici Viškova.
Could you just turn the screen off, the presentation, please?
Can I help you stop screen sharing?
Thank you.
Dobar dan, se čujemo?
Čujemo se.
Čujemo se. Dobar dan svima, drago mi je pozdraviti vas svih ispred općine Viškovo i zaista mi je čast što imam priliku sudjelovati na konferenciji Zajednice koje brinu. Evo, ja sam danas ovdje da podijelim iskustvo koje smo mi imali provodeći ovaj program. Ja ću malo općenitije, a puno više će reći moji suradnici koji su imali priliku proći trening i koji imaju priliku, dakle, sve ono što su naučili primjenjivati u svakodnevnom obavljanju svojih zadataka, odnosno svog posla. Evo, zašto smo se mi uključili? Uključili smo se zato jer sam ja kao čelnik tijela prvenstveno svjesna koliko je bitno u radnom okruženju imati zadovoljne zaposlenike koji provodeći vrijeme, odnosno 8 sati svog radnog vremena na poslu, dolaze u situacije kada oni kao pojedinci, kao službenici koji obavljaju svoje aktivnosti, svoje poslove, moraju zapravo izdići se iznad tih situacija i znati kontrolirati pogotovo stresne situacije i sve one izazove s kojima se suočavaju u svakodnevnoj komunikaciji sa strankama. Kako općina Viškovo zapravo predstavlja jedan javni servis gdje smo mi na usluzi našim mještanima, odnosno građanima, mi moramo biti svjesni da svakodnevna interakcija, dakle službenika, mene kao načelnice, prema našim mještanima dovodi do situacija gdje je potrebno znati kontrolirati sebe, odnosno znati kako uspostaviti kvalitetnu komunikaciju. Imali smo različitih iskustava, o svemu tome se govorilo i radilo na treninzima, tako da evo, službenici nakon što su prošli trening gdje su radili na sebi, zapravo su imali drugu fazu treninga gdje su dali svoj doprinos sudjelujući u projektu koji je usmjeren na poboljšanje zajednice, odnosno okruženja u kojem živimo, i tu su zapravo implementirajući svoja znanja i vještine dali doprinos svojim aktivnostima kako zapravo unaprijediti kvalitetu života u općini Viškovo. Ono što je zapravo jedna trajna vrijednost koju smo dobili jest unapređenje radnog okruženja i zapravo interakcija koja je došla između službenika koji su, evo, provodeći trening bili u situaciji da komuniciraju i međusobno. I to je zapravo osim samog treninga doprinijelo i time da smo pojačali timski duh i timski rad, tako da su to sve dodatni benefiti. Ja se ovom prilikom moram zahvaliti prvenstveno našoj voditeljici treninga, Ivi, koja je zaista sebe unijela u cjelokupnu realizaciju ovog projekta koja je bila na dispoziciji meni kao načelnici i službenicima, gdje je zaista kvalitetno prenijela svoja znanja i vještine, a prvenstveno evo službenicima koji su objeručke prihvatili inicijativu, koji su se aktivno uključili. Evo tu će biti i 2 predstavnika koji će reći nešto više o svojim iskustvima. I naravno moram reći da me veseli što ćemo imati i vidljivost kao općina Viškovo, kao prva općina koja se uključila u program zajednice koje brinu i što ćemo imati priliku prenositi ovo svoje dobro iskustvo na druge općine i gradove i gdje ćemo moći zapravo biti ravnopravni sudionik i promotor ovog programa. Evo toliko od mene, ja ću sada dati riječ mojim suradnicima, a oni će evo prenijeti svoja iskustva. Zahvaljujem i pozdravljam svih.
Hvala puno. Iva?
Hoće se
javiti sljedeće svjedočanstvo.
Testimonial. Okay, so maybe now hoćete sada Suzana ili
Da, sada bi Suzana trebala biti.
Željko je. Okay, dobro. Okay. So this is Željko Jurčić from the municipality of Viškovo. He underwent an 8-week training. He's one of and he is the city manager.
Dobar dan svima. Da li se čujemo?
Čujemo.
Čujemo se. Dobar dan, moje ime je Željko Jurčić. Ja sam obavljam posao komunalnog policajca u općini Viškovo, općini koja spada među općine i gradove koji brinu. Svi smo ovdje čuli, možemo pročitati šta je mindfulness, znači koliko on djeluje na ljude od povećanja sposobnosti, fokusiranja, pažnje, poboljšanja socijalnih vještina, smanjenje stresa. Tako možemo i pročitati, vidjeti, pronaći koje su to vježbe koje dovode do toga, od usmjerenog disanja, pažnje, fokusiranje na svoje tijelo i ostale vježbe koje tome doprinose. Međutim, na malo mjesta možemo vidjeti šta je to, kako je to djelovalo na one koji prakticiraju mindfulness. U mom poslu je svakodnevno prisutan stres. Tu kad imamo naplaćivanje kazni ljudima, izricivanje nekakvih naredbi, naređenja i onda se stvara stresne situacije i napetosti. Mindfulness na mene je djelovao tako da smanjujem svoj stres, povećavam ljubaznost prema strankama i onda se cijela situacija dovodi u jednu dozu ravnoteže i bez obzira na situaciju možemo reći da stranke osjete jednu drugačiju komunikaciju između nas službenika i njih kao stranaka. Nadalje, mindfulness je kod mene doprinio tome da stres koji je bio na poslu da ne prenosim u svoju obitelj, ne prenosi se taj stres, te situacije doma u obitelj, a isto tako nekakvi obiteljski problemi ne nose se na posao, tako da uvijek fokus ostaje na radnim zadacima i poboljšanim učincima rada. Nadalje, mindfulness je povezao nas kao kolege na poslu, poboljšana je komunikacija između kolega, kolege su spremni pomoći jedni drugima, pružiti ruku recimo nekakvim poslovima, tako da cjelokupna atmosfera u radnoj okolini je poboljšana, osjeti se jedna vedrija vedrija atmosfera i svakodnevni nekakvi zadaci koji su prije predstavljali bili su teži za obaviti, ostavljali su nekakvu traumu, nekakav grč, sada se obavljaju lakše. Tako evo da mi smo svi kao djelatnici zahvalni što smo uspjeli proći mindfulness trening sa gospođom Ivom Mijom koja nam je u tome pomogla. Osjetili smo neke stvari za koje prije nismo znali niti da postoje, niti da mi možemo to sami vidjeti i uvidjeti. Tako da evo, kažem, mindfulness nam je stvarno puno pomogao i zahvalni smo i zadovoljni što smo uspjeli proći taj dio. Evo.
Hvala Željko puno na svemu, na dijeljenju iskustvu. Jel bi mogla samo Suzana možda sada, je ona blizu?
Halo, dobro. Dobar dan.
Hvala.
Da li se čujemo?
Čujemo se, ali je eko.
Da li je sada u redu?
Možete ponovo?
Dobro jutro svima. Da li je u redu?
Eko, još uvijek. Ili da ugasite nešto.
I da li je bolje sad? Nije.
Još uvijek malo.
Yeah, the echo is arising because two of you in your room have a device open. Only one device needs to be open and the other one needs to be completely muted. Then it does not have an echo.
Dobar dan, da li je bolje sada?
Malo je, ali vas ne vidimo.
Ja vas vidim i da li je dobro sada? Dobar dan.
Je, ali vas ne vidimo vas u kameri. Upaljena je ova treća kamera gdje vas nema.
Da li je sad u redu?
Je, odlično. Sad je super.
Dobar dan svima, ja sam Suzana Šepić. Zaposlena sam u općini Viškovo više od 20 godina. Radim na poslovima voditelja pisarnice općine Viškovo. U svakodnevnim komunikacijama sa strankama, prijem stranaka koje su neke simpatične, neke manje, neke su nervozne, neke manje, neke više. Do prije mindfulness treninga ja sam proživljavala svaki kontakt sa strankom koja je bila nervozna, koja je bila nasrtljiva. I sve to sam proživljavala u sebi. Te posljedice nosila sam i kući, u svoju obitelj i kroz moje tijelo su se javljale razne reakcije od grčeva, od nezadovoljstva. Nakon što sam prošla prvu fazu mindfulness treninga, ja sam sve situacije koje mi se dešavaju na poslu ostavljala na poslu. Znači, to je bila jedna prekretnica u mom i privatnom i poslovnom životu i nakon odrađenog radnog vremena otišla sam kući sretna i zadovoljna, posao i probleme i stres koji se akumulirao na poslu ostavljala sam na poslu, a kući sam bila jedna supruga, jedna majka koja je bila raspoložena, koja je i dan danas. Trudim se sve više i svakodnevno da se to pojača. Što se tiče radne okoline, znači družimo se i poslovno i privatno. Puno je bolja atmosfera, popijemo si kavicu skupa, odrađujemo poslove, kao što je rekao kolega Jurčić prije mene, znači neke poslove odrađujemo skupa, uskočimo jedan drugome kada je to potrebno. Uvijek smo na usluzi mještanima općine Viškovo i trudimo se da im riješimo probleme sa kojima dođu. Više ne dozvoljavam da to utječe na moje psihofizičko stanje, nego pokušavamo komunikacijom i trudimo se da riješimo svaki njihov problem i da svi zadovoljni, ja ostanem na poslu, a oni da sa svojim riješenim problemom odu u svojoj kući. Nije uvijek sve tako, ali kažem, dajemo sve od sebe i uvijek smo 100% tu zamještane i čujemo povratne informacije da kada dođu u općinu Viškovo sa problemom, da iz općine Viškovo odu sa rješenjem. I trudit ćemo se sve više. Bilo mi je drago prisustvovati mindfulness treninzima. Puno smo naučili. Možemo se zahvaliti općinskoj načelnici koja nam je to omogućila. Jako puno se zahvaljujem i mi. Bilo je interesantnih situacija, jako lijepe prezentacije. Ukazala je na neke stvari na koje nismo niti znali da postoje. Radimo puno na sebi, znači svi koji smo prošli mindfulness treninge radimo puno na sebi, nismo stali, trudimo se što više se uključiti u dobrobit cijele zajednice naše i nadamo se nekim sljedećim projektima koje ćemo odraditi skupa na obostrano zadovoljstvo. Hvala vam lijepa, pozdrav svima i želim ugodan dan.
Hvala puno. Bilo je jako lijepo čuti ove transformacije i da vam se kvaliteta života uistinu poboljšala ne samo na poslu, nego i kod kuće. I would like to remind Teresa to join us. Hello, Teresa. Where is she? To introduce another speaker.
Hi, I see I have been spotlighted. Thank you everybody for this inspiring sharing from all participants in MBSR. It's quite outstanding. In a short time, your life has changed so drastically. Eva, you are muted. But I think I was not supposed to be spotlighted, but all good. I'm here to support the space. Eva, you're still muted.
Yes.
Okay. So yes, I see that we have another guest that is going to share another experience within our intention to create more caring societies. I think on my, I have the list here, just a second. So Ines is our next speaker. So Ines is, please correct me if I don't pronounce your name correctly, Ines Krubisčić. Yeah, I hope she's spotlighted. Yeah, thank you so much. So Ines, yeah, she's going to share about how mindfulness during 2024, the mindfulness training has become part of professional development for judges and prosecutors. So she has, she's part of the mindfulness initiative in Croatia. She's an MBSR teacher, but with a legal background. So she worked within Croatian judiciary, and for 10 years as a prosecutor. So she's passionate about, again, like Manish and other speakers that we have, we had today, how to bridge mindfulness with your past professional experience. So the floor is yours, and please share how you have somehow combined your past in the legal context, in the legal field, and mindfulness, and how you've been maybe successful in this. And thank you for being here, by the way.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Teresa, for the introduction. Yes, my name is Ines Grubišić. I live in Rijeka in Croatia. I will start my short little presentation just as a support in a moment. But just as an introduction to myself, as you have said, I was working as a prosecutor in Croatia for 10 years, was a lawyer. And it was really the work environment that was causing chronic stress for myself mostly, which led me to a whole bunch of problems and a burnout. And it was really interesting how, for me, to learn as I was growing up in this professional way, how what happens in our workplace basically defines so much of what we carry on the inside in our families, as Susanna was mentioning now. And I had to learn it along the way, because nobody taught that, neither in school, neither in law school. So it was really what I will be sharing now is an example of what has already been mentioned, how we can come full circle in a way, even when hard things happen that make us change paths. I have no connection to my legal profession anymore. I only teach mindfulness for the past few years, but it has been a nice little journey to come back in the system, but in a different role. So how were we able to do that? Let me just see. Okay, will you be able to see this? Yeah?
Yes, but we see too much.
It's
Sorry?
It's your desktop with documents.
So it's not the presentation?
No, it's not.
No.
Okay. Then
you have to open it.
Yeah, I did, but I guess I have to adjust it. Just a second. Okay. I see what happened. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Does it show now?
Yes.
Yes.
So, yeah, but just a moment, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so just as a short context, Croatia, mindfulness-wise, has really started growing massively in the past few years. So we don't have a lot of history in mindfulness, especially if we talk about mindfulness trainings within institutions. So maybe for the past few years, we are able to see a lot of mindfulness in what people do, what people ask, what people use. But when we know from Western or Scandinavian countries or US how it has been living even in institutions for a long time, for Croatia, it is quite new. So when I started, first just had a little thought like, imagine if I could come back for my people, you know, if I could introduce them to mindfulness at their workplace, through their workplace, while they are still okay, before they really need it in a way that they are unwell, as I was when I had to search for it, then it would be such a good thing, you know. But to think in terms of, okay, how do I do that, since it was not just a private environment where I could reach out to the head of the organization and talk to them, but we are dealing here with actually the Ministry of Justice. It was like an imagined moment. For quite some time, it lived in my head just as an idea. And then, but an idea that was alive in my heart. So the drive for it was quite strong. And actually, then I met Eva-Mia, who at the same time was already doing something similar for the public servants school. At the same way, like opening doors, trying to find a way for mindfulness within the system, trying to make it familiar, make it friendly, make it something accessible. So I will show you what we did behind the scenes and what we did on the scene, just to give an example of how something that might seem quite hardly to imagine, given the environment that you are, the mindfulness culture that is still building, can end up in a successful outcome. So what was a beautiful moment for Eva-Mia and myself was really joining forces. It was really taking whatever she had already been building on her own, me not even knowing about it, and me building my own without her knowing about it, you know? And then really recognizing that and seeing, wow, if we join the two intentions together, we might be stronger. So we did that. And we actually we decided to approach the Ministry of Justice with both angles. On one hand, we had that main message, hey, look, somebody within the same ministry is already doing it for another type of people for the past few years. And at the same time, you have a former judiciary official who was until 2 or 3 years somebody within the system. That is what we brought. And that was what enabled us to, they said, okay, let's hear you, which was already a very big thing. So on the scene, how it developed, first of all, we were very, very aware that even though in our mindfulness world, mindfulness is something very well known, really, when thinking in terms of government in Croatia, mindfulness is still a very unknown word. And if we were just trying to approach with we want to offer mindfulness training, it might be more difficult. So it was the old recipe, you know, talk about what you are going to deliver, what this mindfulness thing will bring. So we really talked about the resilience, the mental stability, mental well-being in workplace, and all the benefits that come from when the system decides to take care of the people and not only about the work they do. And they really, I have to say, they were not like some administrative, you know, bureaucratic point of view kind of people. I guess they felt our good intention and our real something that we decided to come with. So the combination of them being willing to hear us and the combination of us being willing to, they said, yes, we are going to offer it, but let's not call it like mindfulness, because in Croatia, we don't have a Croatian word for mindfulness. And we said, okay, because we don't want a whole education on mindfulness just to tell you that we want to encourage your mental well-being at the workplace. So we were quite flexible around what we recognized they could be able to understand that they need, because they might not be able to understand they need mindfulness, but they were able to understand that they need some kind of support for the stress their people are going through. And another,
watch out about the time, please.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, 2 more minutes. So the last thing that was for us interesting to recognize was actually patience, because we were very eager. Yeah, let's do this. It's such a good thing. People need it. But it really took time. It took 1 year between our first meeting and our first workshop. And it was, even when the workshops were scheduled, they took the step back because they weren't quite sure how people would react to this new thing. And then we again said, okay, let's not do a whole few weeks training. Let's do a 1-day workshop. And that was easier. Okay, let's slowly introduce people to it. Long story short, after 1 year, so now we have already reached more than 60 judges and prosecutors so far. It turned out that even though the training institution was cautious around how people would react, once they opened the door, people reacted beautifully. So the feedback that we get every single time is, wow, finally, not only for our trainings, but they are so delighted that the institution itself recognized the need and provided the tools. So lessons from the field after getting in contact with those people is you are needed. And I realized that if there is a pull for you for a certain niche, for a certain area where you might have either past experience or just the wish to contribute in that way, there is a need for that. And I like to believe that if we feel pulled to contribute to a specific way, that is always a sign that from that area, from that niche, there is the equal pull for us. So hopefully this little story inspires you. It's nothing new. We've seen mindfulness in judiciaries all around the world. But for Croatia, people from our region will know why for us it really was like a groundbreaking theme. So there, hopefully it inspires you to also give it a try to something that pulls you, and also to have a courage to go from imagine, wouldn't it be nice, to let's give it a try. So thank you.
Thank you, Ines. It was very inspiring. Not giving up on your ideas, never, and on your dreams. And now I think that everyone is dreaming about lunch, I hope. Thanks to all the speakers till now. We are continuing in 1 hour, so enjoy your meal. 1 hour lunch break is starting now. We'll see each other at 1:15. Thank you all.
Let's put me that on.
Yeah, if you want. Yeah. There you go.
Chris is there. Hi.
Hi.
Hello, good to see you.
Yes. And I think Eva Mia is going to give me a hand with my slides. She's around. She said she's gone for a break.
Okay, we wait. No problem.
We
Can
have
you
another
send?
minute to start, so we will wait a little bit more that the others come back.
Hello, Chris.
Hi.
Hello, everybody, but hello, Chris. I will help you with the slides.
Brilliant.
But is that the last presentation you sent, or there is one?
I've got an updated one here. There are 10 slides. So if we could share the screen, if that's
Okay.
possible.
But if we share the screen, then you move the slides.
Right.
And if
Okay.
you send it to me, then I can share.
Can you
And then
see?
I can move the slides.
Yeah. Can you see the slides now?
Yes.
But you can't. This is what gets me confused. You can see the slides, but not me.
I can see both of you. I
Oh,
see
right.
you on the screen,
we
and
see
I
you.
see the presentation.
And you just
So as you speak, you just click it.
Okay, that's great. Well, I'll be able to handle it. That's the second one.
Yes.
Third
You
one.
can see the picture.
Fourth one.
The
Right.
benefits, diversity, yes.
So
It's working.
that's brilliant. I can handle it.
Yeah, I know.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah. And tell me
You
when.
see how I helped.
Yeah. Tell me.
Welcome, welcome back from lunch. I will now ask Katarina to introduce Chris.
Yes, hello, Chris.
Hi, Katarina. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's a joy to see you here.
Yeah.
Although I can hardly see you, I can see you so small because the slides are on. But anyway, it's wonderful that you're here, Chris. You are an example for me of going through the whole hierarchy of positions that are possible, engagements that are possible. You are on that initiative in Wales, but you've also gone through the parliament. You have been an MP. Now you're the chair of the Mindfulness Initiative Global. So what else is there for you to go to be at every place there is?
Yeah. Well,
I tried to find when we met, and I think it was at the Dalai Lama conference in 2016, when that was Power and Care. And I think power and care is something that we need today as well. Power and care to create mindful societies is just a wonderful thing. You've been on this for a while, first as MP and then as ambassador for mindfulness. So when I think of you, it gets me smiling because you have achieved so much, inspiring so many countries to start the same initiative, that it is wonderful to have you here being the source.
Thank you very much, Katarina.
Take the floor and share with us what you've got to share for now.
Right, that's great. And if my face is small, I don't think you're missing much.
Oh, well.
And it's going to just say it's a 20-minute talk, and it is now 17 minutes past here in Cork in Ireland. And I've been addressing a conference next door, and I've just nipped out to do this, and it's a joy to be here. And thanks Eva Mia Krushlin for the work she's doing in Croatia. She's a human dynamo. And so thanks, Eva Mia, but also to you, Katarina. You were very fulsome in your praise for me, but I'm in awe and respect of you as the organizer for a continental-wide network of mindfulness teachers, maintaining standards and spreading best practice. So thank you very much. So first of all, I'll...
Just one moment, please. I just discovered, and we need to ask the participants here, can you see the slides of Chris? Because my neighbor here, Tatini, she doesn't see your slides. Who can see Chris' slides? Can you have
I
thumbs up?
see.
I
Yes?
see.
I see.
Can you ask who cannot see?
Who cannot see the slides?
Okay, that's interesting.
Then, Tatini, you will have to watch my screen. Back to you, Chris.
Okay, so I'll just do an overview of what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to introduce myself in a minute. You've done a good job, just a few other points. I'm going to mention the size of the problem of mental ill health, and especially depression in the world today, the trends in that in the size of depression, the cost in human terms, in community terms, in financial terms, and how the benefits of mindfulness can help us. And then we're going to come to the crux of it, diversify. Who has benefited so far from mindfulness? And more crucially, who hasn't? And can we spread those benefits to a wider audience? I'm going to be looking at the diversity in the West, and especially diversity in the South. And then I'll mention, because I'm involved, I'm chair of the Mindfulness Initiative's Global Network, I'm going to sing the praises of the Mindfulness Initiative, what we're doing for innovation, recognizing mindfulness practitioners who work in the Black community, the Asian community, poor white communities, how mindfulness has been used in the poorest community of the whole of the United Kingdom, with the highest prescribing rates for antidepressants. Then we'll look at the work we're doing in the Black and the Asian community, and also the work for the future, working with refugees in diplomacy and recognizing the wisdom traditions and celebrating the wisdom traditions around the world. So the size of the problem, there's the first slide there, which this prediction was made in 2011, that the depression, just depression, not mental ill health, will be the biggest health burden in the whole of the world by 2030. And since that prediction was made in 2011, we've had the climate change and the impact of climate change, mass migration, potentially in the future on a continental scale. Within those countries that have been severely affected, floods, fires, there is mass anxiety in many areas around the world. Political and social polarization that we've witnessed has added to that mental health burden. There's been economic change already over the past 25 years with globalization, but now added to that is AI and robotics, the change that will come about because of that. How will it affect people? People are anxious about their futures, the futures of their children, and the futures of their grandchildren. And then there's the threat, or not even the threat, but the actuality of war in Europe, in the Middle East, and potentially in Asia too. And not just war, but there are a number of world leaders who have their finger on the nuclear button. And then finally, the pressures that we've had from the pandemic and that long tail. So all of this is adding to the mental health burden of the planet. Now, I believe, and we're looking at the cost, and this is something that was mentioned in the US, the economic cost of mental illness is virtually worse than the next 4 or 5 health conditions put together. But there's human costs to the individual, to their families, and to society in general. Now, I believe that mindfulness can play a key role in not just depression, but wider mental illness. And these are the reasons, because it's been scientifically proven over the past 20 years that mindfulness can help in repeat episode depression. It's been in use in at least five major health authorities around health services around the world: the UK, Canada, the US, Japan, Sweden. Best practices already out there. It's cost effective. It saves businesses and governments money if they invest in mindfulness. The figure that the Mindfulness Initiative used...
Okay, it can you see?
Yeah, the figure, and I think we got some reverb. The figure that Mindfulness Initiative uses, for every £1 spent on mindfulness, £13 would be saved. It's non-stigmatizing. You know, people are on antidepressants and people look askance. I'm going to see a psychiatrist. But if you say you're going to a mindfulness lesson, people say, can I come with you? It's preventative. You can use it before you fall over the cliff. Unlike antidepressants and unlike talking therapies, it's scalable. There are unemployed mindfulness teachers, many of them in your network, that could be used productively right here and right now. And mindfulness doesn't just go from recovery back to recovery. It can be used to carry on and into human flourishing. And if introduced properly by the professional members of eamba, well trained, who embody mindfulness and do proper screening, there's minimal health damage done. So let's have a look at diversity in the West. I mentioned this county, this local authority area in Wales. It's called Rhondda Cynon Taf. It's 300,000 people, and it's the poorest community and the highest prescribing rates for antidepressants in the whole of the United Kingdom. Population of 300,000, and since 2016, 20,000 people have had mindfulness training, have been introduced to mindfulness. Now, I'm not aware of anywhere else on earth that has had that mass rollout in poor communities. So the diversity is being dealt with in that community. How do we spread that best practice around the United Kingdom and indeed around the world? There is diversity, other issues in the United Kingdom, and this is a wonderful person who works for the Mindfulness Initiative, Cathy May Correls, and she is how do we disrupt white mindfulness? And there's a little sign there: hyper-individualism underpins all these approaches. Hyper-individualism goes against many of the wisdom traditions of the rest of the world, that we are connected human beings, and we've become disconnected in the West and alienated and atomized, and we need to bring back that connection, the connection with ourselves, with our community, and with our planet. And Cathy May is leading for the Mindfulness Initiative. She's doing great work on that, but she's also doing great work on climate change, and especially climate resilience in the young, working with young people across the planet, across the globe, reducing those inequalities to access to mindfulness. So a wonderful person doing wonderful things. So that's in the West, but now let's have a look in the global South. These are countries that many of them do not have great resources. They can't afford antidepressants. If they train a psychiatrist or a psychologist for 7 years, the chances are that those people, those doctors in those countries will be taken away to the West, where pay is much higher. So in Africa, they have a fantastic philosophy and they have fantastic policies. And in the center there, you'll see Ubuntu. I am because we are. I am me through we. And that is echoed around the world with many wisdom traditions. It used to be the basis in the West. I am my brother's keeper. Until one political leader said there is no such thing as society. That is just individuals and families. And I think it's a very bleak way of looking at society. I think we could learn a lot from Ubuntu here in the West. And here's some fantastic projects. The top left-hand corner, people lying down, their heads together, that's in the South Sudan. And that's a project sponsored by the World Health Organization and the United Nations, and a wonderful woman from Colombia called Paula Ramirez, who lived there for a year and helped people in that war-torn country get over their trauma. Below that is a friendship bench in Zimbabwe. Limited resources, but they recognize people in their community that have wisdom. We call them mavens or mavens in the West. People who may have not been to university, but they've been to the university of life. They are natural connectors. naturally wise people. And they have placed these benches there, and these women, and I think men as well, sit there and they help people who are troubled. A great health intervention, overcoming loneliness, which is the second biggest killer in the United Kingdom. And the final picture is a woman called Julia Eames in Sierra Leone. She's training people in Sierra Leone to work in prisons, prison officers to work with prisons. You know, these are people who are marginalized, who have no access to mindfulness, but these are wonderful interventions from Africa that are helping to reduce those inequalities of access to mindfulness. And first, I've mentioned Africa there, but there are wisdom traditions around the world. And these are just three of the quotes that I've come across. And these are from First Nation Indigenous people in New Zealand, Australia, and in the US. Beautiful sayings. We are all visitors to this place, this place. We're just passing through. Our purpose here is to observe, to learn, to grow, and love. And then we return. And one of my favorite quotes, turn your face to the sun and the shadow falls behind you, a Maori proverb. And the last one, when the last tree has been cut down, the last river has been polluted, and the last fish been caught, only then do we realize that money can't buy everything. And it's a Native American proverb. So there's wisdom out there, and it's a two-way process. It's not about the rich West helping people in other continents and countries. We need that. We have resources, and we should be using them. But it's a two-way process. We should be tapping into this wisdom around the world. And it's not just mindfulness to help people who are marginalized. I'm speaking at a conference where I've spoke this morning about mindful leadership in politics, in the health service. And there are fantastic examples from the global south where we have seen leadership. And this is on the left is the former President Chissano of Mozambique. And there was a terrible guerrilla war in Mozambique in the 80s and early 90s. The war finished, and the victor was President Chissano, a wise man who meditated. He used transcendental meditation. And he became the president, but he took in some of the opposition into his cabinet and from his own side. Well, there was one condition. They all had to meditate. They had to practice what they preached. And that transition from war to peace was one of the best in Africa. A very wise man. That's the type of mindful leader that we need in the 21st century. And the second person is a minister from Ecuador called Freddy Ayles. And he was the Ecuadorian minister for good living, bon vivre, or in the native tongue, Suma Corse. And he looked at the wisdom tradition of the Ecuadorian people, and very similar to Ubuntu, about community. It's about the we, not the me. And that program was rolled out in the schools. So leadership from around the world that we could learn from. How can the Mindfulness Initiative help? It's already helping in many ways. And these are the booklets that we have produced, mindfulness in schools, mindfulness innovators. That's the work that we've been doing with different people, different groups in the United Kingdom to reduce those inequalities. Mindfulness and anti-racism, COVID response, mindfulness, a great book on mindfulness, developing agency in urgent times for leaders. So these are all resources that we have developed with the Mindfulness Initiative over the years that we'd love to share. We'd also like eamba, if you could possibly find representatives for our global network in the countries that we're missing. Off the top of my head, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Bulgaria, Albania. So we need representatives so we have a fuller picture around Europe and around the world. So the final slide, and then we'll finish. that going forward, just a few, I've been a lifelong political campaigner, not just on well-being, but on many fronts for 30 years now. And this is Tim Ryan's book, Mindful Nation. And it was written for the members of the public on health, education, prisons. And at the end of every chapter, he asks the individual reading, what could you do in your school system? Write to your governor, write to your congressman, write to your senator, go and ask to meet them, invite them into your school. So the challenge for your membership is, what more could you do as individuals? You know, some in mindfulness think that lobbying is a dirty word. I call it advocacy. And you're not trying to sell a product or make a profit. You're trying to lower human suffering and increase human flourishing. And politicians need to know about that. The work that I do is to connect with those politicians, to open their mind, their heart, their soul, so they become better politicians. But also when they see the evidence, the scientific evidence, copper-bottomed, that they will say, it works for me, it'll work for you. So can the Mindfulness Initiative is developing that science, that mapping, that best practice. We'd love to share that with you. And I've asked if the eamba can fill those gaps. Can you inspire other continents? We have Bamba in the United Kingdom, eamba in Europe, and in South America, they are developing the wonderfully named La Bamba. But what are they doing in Oceania? What are they doing in Asia? Can you help cultivate that so that you bring that best practice together and you maintain those high standards? So work with your legislatures, and especially on a European level, you have your individual countries, and then you have the European Union, and that has funding pots. There are funding pots for cross-border cooperation between 2 EU countries. What more could you do to use the data, to use the analysis, to use the best practice, to go together, 2 countries or 3 countries together, find out how to apply for those grants specifically, and this is where you'll get the big tick, to take mindfulness into the communities that are not currently benefiting from it. The gay community, the Black community, Asian community, traveller, Roma and Gypsies. Those are where mindfulness is most can be used to best effects. Work with your local mayors. Celebrate mindfulness in your cities. Next month, we have the Manchester Mindfulness Festival. It celebrates what's going on in Manchester. It highlights this best practice. People are full of warmth. They go on to do better things. Could you have a European conference on that? The best practice that your people can recognise. Celebrate and inspire across. So I'll finish there. I think I've gone on long enough. If there's any spare time, I can answer a question or 2. But if you've had enough of me, I'll understand.
Thank you very much, Chris. If anybody wants to tell something or comment, Katarina was writing in the chat. Yes, we can, and we are doing it already. So it was a comment to you.
Yeah, also from my
You can stop sharing the slides.
Right, stop share, right? We're there.
Okay, mute yourself again.
That's it.
Wonderful. Dear Chris, thank you so much. I'm actually a bit sad. I'm standing in the shadow because I've known you personally only this year at the ICM at Bangor.
Yes.
And you know what stays with me right now is really the connection we need to renew and expand, and also the courage that mindfulness and compassion brings, the wisdom and the courage to really step up and take the initiative and step into the sun and let our wisdom shine and collaborate. And that's what we are standing for here at eamba. And I feel very shiny right now. Thank you for inspiring us with this talk and supporting us with your words and your wisdom.
Yeah, and I hope the shadow ends up behind you.
Absolutely, already.
Yeah, no, thank you for those kind comments. And it's and Iceland, Richard Layard, who was the professor from the London School of Economics, a Labour lord, helped me to establish the mindfulness practice group in 2013, 11 years ago. Last year, he's 91 next year. And last year, he met with the Icelandic president or prime minister to discuss well-being. And it's lovely that there's a connection between Iceland and the United Kingdom on this level. And I know Bangor has trained many people from Iceland. So well done for the work that you're doing in Iceland. And if I can be of any help, I visited the Parliament, I think, 8 years ago, and had a wonderful time with Anadora. We met ministers. And the same goes for all of your countries. If there's anything I can do, I've been to Croatia and I've spoken at at a select committee there about mindfulness in health, mindfulness in Parliament. I've been to many countries around Europe. So if I can be of any help, please let me know.
Thank you so much, dear Chris. All the best for the rest of your conference over there, right?
Next door. Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye. Goodbye.
Bye. Okay. So welcome back. And now we are heading over to a speaker. Let's have a look. Who's Philip Jovanovski? Ivančiča, would you like to say something before?
No, I'm just giving some ads if you need help. You can go.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Philip. We never met. I'm grateful. Thank you so much for being here today. And yeah, as I don't know you yet, I would like to read a little what I found about you. So you are a teaching assistant at the University of Donja Gorica in Montenegro. You hold a master's degree in political science with a specialization in media and communication. And you have served as a professional consultant in the Parliament of Montenegro, and you are a member of the Coalition for Media Literacy and Mensa Montenegro. So what amazes me was when I read you were the chairman of the founding board of the first official Buddhist community in Montenegro, and you are serving as the communication director of the Actor Foundation. So yeah, I'm really excited to hear about your topic, Towards a Mindful Future, Serving the 21st Century. A warm welcome from eamba.
Thank you so much, Tatini. I'm honored to be here in such a nice, kind atmosphere today. I hope I won't be boring, and I will turn on my stopwatch to see the time. So our world has been caught in the storm of intertangled and increasingly complex problems: ecological, economic, technological, geopolitical, informational. The list goes on. Paradoxically, many of these threats are linked to what we used to call progress, but was actually a mindless race filled with deep imbalances. While our technology and weaponry enter the sci-fi realm, our mental health deteriorates and society becomes fragmented. As historian Yuval Noah Harari has warned, quote, "For every dollar and every minute we invest in improving artificial intelligence, it would be wise to invest $1 and a minute advancing human consciousness. If we are not careful, we will end up with downgraded humans misusing upgraded computers to wreak havoc on themselves and on the world." End of quote. This insight forms the basis of my ongoing PhD dissertation research, an academic project that aims to conduct a thorough analysis of the interrelationships between media, education, sense-making, and mindfulness, bringing this kind of coordinated approach into the academic field of media literacy. The results of these projects, it is hoped, may signal a new direction for future media literacy education reforms, both in the Balkan countries as well, hopefully further afield, as well as laying a blueprint for other concrete initiatives we plan. Within this, we outline a vision which principally emphasizes the role of mindfulness, not only as a personal practice, but also as a key element in institutional and societal reform. To put it briefly, if we want to survive the 21st century, a mindful systemic change is needed. We will have to strive towards building a more holistic well-being based society with a serious joint effort of the public, private, and civil sectors in fostering inner skills that citizens need in order to collectively face mentioned great crisis. It requires, in the words of meta-modern authors Daniel Gortz and Emil Friss, a listening society, quote, that considers the emotional well-being of people just as important as their economic welfare. A society that takes into account the more intimate psychological needs of human beings, good relationships, inner security, meaning, self-knowledge. This would be a society where depression, stress, and alienation have become political issues in the same vein as security, jobs, and housing are today, end of quote. This embodies the philosophy of political metamodernism, which is, quote, built around one central insight. The king's road to a good future society is personal development and psychological growth. The idea is that there is an intimate connection between understanding how humans grow and evolve intellectually, cognitively, and emotionally, and how good or bad a society is going to be. Hence, it should or must become a top political priority to support the psychological development of all citizens. End of quote from Daniel Gortz and Friss. It is encouraging that across the intellectual sphere, we are beginning to witness the emergence of an increasing number of thinkers, initiatives, and organizations dedicated to such visions. The growth of this global fractal ecosystem inspires hope that we may soon reach a critical mass of influence, leading to the emergence of a strong and enduring social movement focused on developing more holistic social systems. From a long-term perspective, the educational system is obviously the paramount institution for fostering the aforementioned skills in the new generation. It is the only public instrument that could make such a broad and long-lasting impact. To quote Zachary Stein, there is no viable future for civilization that does not include a radical change in the nature of our educational systems, end of quote. Mindfulness would need to play an indispensable role in this project. Introducing children to thoughtfully tailored mindfulness practices, particularly focusing on mindful communication and empathy, is not merely conducive to creating a more pleasant school environment. Moreover, by focusing on the inner development of children, we have the possibility to establish the roots of a vastly different, more compassionate society. And nurturing these skills within the general population, starting with the youth, is not an expense, but a long-term investment, both ultimately cost-effective and essential for protecting our collective future. The next generation will set the stage for how the future will look like, and the children currently going through the education system will be the leaders of tomorrow. At the personal level, during my childhood, school was utterly blind to my sufferings. As countless others, I was so often forced to learn formulas and definitions that I have never used again in my life. and that had nothing to do with the deepest needs and troubles of my being. When society fails to hear the innermost needs of its children, the inevitable outcome is a deteriorating civilization in which we witness the new generations increasingly struggling with mental health problems, with the detrimental influences and polarizations of social media, and the resulting chaotic consequences of a non-empathy-based education systems like bullying, violence, and in the US, even horrors such as school shootings. For this reason, the fundamental reform of education systems must be elevated to the level of a major political issue, requiring international cooperation with guidelines that reflect the broadest possible consensus among experts, careful monitoring, and ever-evolving iterative adjustments. However, we would need an effective political leadership committed in efforts to realize this vision. How do we create that level of political will? The will to implement mindful policy into not just the education system, but across the political program. Unfortunately, mindful, conscious individuals are currently less likely to engage in politics, and therefore less likely to have an impact on real societal change in this way. At the moment, with a few exceptions, such people tend to be repelled by the divisiveness and manipulation perpetuated by, for example, the political party system. At the private level, even since I was a child, from the time my late grandfather served as a deputy prime minister of Montenegro, I have been painfully exposed to challenges of political polarizations in the Balkans. Nevertheless, there are positive examples that can point the way forward, and we have heard about several of these today. We have heard how the mindfulness initiative originating in the UK has, for example, put hundreds of politicians and staff members through mindfulness trainings over the years and inspired a number of other national parliaments to begin looking at introducing their own programs. The results in the UK look to be very promising. Participants have noticed significant benefits for raising the culture of political dialogue to a higher, more conscious level. Our vision would be that this is introduced in my home country of Montenegro and across the board in the Balkans, including on and complementing on the groundbreaking work spread by the eamba Krušlin and her associates in Croatia. Obviously, there are differences of emphasis culturally when we come to look at the question of how to integrate this into the Balkan political framework. And we have heard some first-hand experiences about this from some of the participants today. However, at the national parliament level, the benefits seen in the UK experiment of increasing the level of respect, improving the level of debate, and learning how to disagree better could have an equally, maybe profound impact in Balkan parliamentary culture. These efforts have shown that it is indeed possible to bring the topic of inner development into politics. For the first time now, we are beginning to see the power that mindfulness could have if introduced across the board in policy areas. From reforming the education system to improving mental health and rehabilitating violent offenders, the implications are profound. With more initiatives like this in the public sphere, our view is that a new generation of leaders would gradually begin to emerge. As this unfolds, we can visualize a potential positive feedback loop in which conscious individuals with new skill sets would feel that there could be a place for them in parliaments where they see others who are proverbially speaking the same language, resulting in a greater number of individuals who engage in a way that is empathic, emotionally mature, and open, and speak from a place of deep conviction and authenticity. Seeing an elevated level of political debate and communication, the public would have the chance to reconnect once again with the representatives who served them in a healthy way. The media might even rediscover a respect for politics, becoming allies for political change rather than agitators, in a way in which respectful scrutiny could still take place to serve democracy. Honoring the democratic contract of free press in a way that serves us, contributing to a healthy societal media literacy. This would be in stark contrast to what we currently have, an often toxic relationship between politicians, media, and voting public. Establishing this new relationship and this new type of political culture could eventually result in a real chance for fundamental systemic change in the 21st century. We must dare to dream, even if it feels naive to do so. Anything less, and we fail to articulate the vision we are collectively as a species capable of implementing. Such a movement deserves to be taken seriously with real investment, an investment of time, energy, and financial resources to bring this properly into the public conversation. Building awareness amongst the public around not just the existing efforts already taking place, but the potential this has, requires a huge campaign comprising of both social media and coverage in the traditional press, as well as documentary making and various other avenues. It is beyond the scope of this presentation today to talk about the level of financial resources it will require to build the kind of campaigns that are needed. But this is the topic that really needs to be looked at. Our view is that we must be bold and we must not be shy of illustrating a big, ambitious vision, especially when we consider the risks of not doing so. Lastly, it is imperative for this vision, in which our species not only survives but thrives in the 21st century, for the potential of this vision to reach national parliaments and significantly affect both domestic policy and foreign policy at the geopolitical level, to break out of the academic mindfulness and mindfulness teaching spaces into bigger intellectual spheres in order to reach, recognize leading thinkers who can raise significant awareness at the international level. By reaching these corners that are accustomed to working with big picture thinking, holistic thinking, such as the communities related to metamodernism, sense-making, integral theory, to name but a few, we can introduce the term political mindfulness to a far bigger audience and attract new leading lights to the space with real cultural leverage. Thank you for your attention.
Hvala, Filipe. Thank you very much for such a positive energy and optimism. We can really feel it.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to invite you all to the breakout rooms. Petra will help us to make some groups, and just to repeat, if you want to be in a Croatian speaking group, please put Cro close to your name in Zoom. If you need translation, let us know in a private chat to Petra. Please be patient because we need some time to move all the people to breakout rooms where you can share insights and ideas sparked within everything you heard at a conference. So how are you already contributing to the mindful society, or what are your next steps? It would be nice to share that without your group. And after 20 minutes, we are going to close breakout rooms and ask one of representative to share briefly what the group spoke about. So please choose one who will be the leader in the group, and enjoy your groups. Thank you. We hear each other after 20 minutes. So now you can choose your rooms.
Philip, I'm coming. I'm in your group. I'm coming, Philip. If you go back, or let's maybe Petra, can you send him back to group, to room 2?
Okay.
Is he going?
Nee, hij is nog hier.
He's not going. You hear me, Philip?
Yeah, now I hear you. Can you invite me back because there is no one there, so I.
You can go back into room 2. I'm coming.
Okay, I will now do it. Can you help me just how to come back to the room?
It says to me not joined. Same
Not-
as Katarina and Tatini. The room 2.
Can you send to me the invite again?
Trying. Try now.
Room 2. Okay, I see it. I see it. Join. Yes.
Okay. Tatini is in the room 2. Okay. Katarina, will you join them in the room 2? The other Petra will not come.
Mhm. 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 Here we are again. I hope that you have a pleasant chat. And now we will hear what the rooms have something to share with us. I was in the first room with Alan Goldstein, and I would really like, Alan, that you said something in front of us, because the rest of the participants wasn't hear much of you. So I'm giving you a word, if you're pleased.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, we heard about the initiatives that are happening in Croatia, and it's just really exciting to see the kind of beginning stages of what I feel is going to be a really large movement in Croatia. So thank you for sharing that. We heard from Katerina, who talked about the UN initiative that is happening, and there's going to be an event coming up on the 9th, I believe, with John Kabat-Zinn and the head of human, Katerina, maybe you could help me here, human development? No.
It's the UN, the head of the UN, Mr. Turk. Oh.
Yeah,
It's
head
the
of the
head
UN.
of it's the head of human rights,
Human rights.
Volker Turk.
Yes.
I will put the link into the chat.
Yeah. And then I talked a little bit about my view of the need for a shift from competition to collaboration within our field. and how I see that that's a possibility, yet it's also a struggle because we all have to take care of our own organizations. But what's happening with the UN may be a sign of the beginning of something that is collaborative on a global basis, which is really encouraging. So that's my short take on what we talked about, and I'm just thrilled to see what's happening in Croatia.
Thank you very much, Alan. Yes, a lot of things are happening from all over the world, but yes, even in Croatia. Can we have a representative of room 2, please? Who it is? To share something with us. Okay, Tatini, Petra.
Yeah, and Philip, we had a very inspiring talk. Thank you, Philip, for explaining a little further what you have been sharing with us. And so I really could. What was amazing for me is that that on one hand we have come quite far with implementing mindfulness-based approaches into the world and different societies. But I'm just from Germany, and I have a German view, and Philip really brought a little closer to me that view from someone living in Montenegro, and where, as I wrote it down, Philip, like cynicism and pessimism sounds much more powerful than optimism and not knowing space, and that to bring mindfulness forth, we need to really apply the wisdom of with whom do we want to work, and can we be mindful and compassionate enough to offer not only the methods, but to offer a cultural transformation which can be also the source of even more anxiety, and because especially when religious force holders are confronted with this. So it needs to be, as Philip said, addressed really in smartly and in a context of where do I come from, with the firmly planted ground on the source from where we come, and not to harm others with this. Yeah. Philip, would you like to add something?
Well, you said everything great, and just not to take much time, to thank you for everything and the appreciation. And we also mentioned Sasha and my friend Sasha, and also Chris Lentge, who has collaborated with me in preparing all those ideas and writing the speech. And we also talked about, we kind of brainstormed what could be done maybe in Montenegro for the first time about mindfulness. Maybe in the next year, think about maybe making some conference or some activities, to brainstorm, to see, because in Montenegro, anything about mindfulness would be like pioneering here, as Sasha knows. And so let's try to collaborate locally and see what we can do, what new influence we can make in the positive directions, as you said, to adapt this to a local context. And let's go forward.
So that's from our side.
Okay, very nice. Now we can hear something from the room 3.
I guess it was us. I was in the room with Chris and Magdalena. It was an interesting exchange. So I tried to summarize. So what Magdalena said, this is no one-man enterprise. In fact, we need people with different competencies, and Chris is someone who was creating somehow connections, and also while Magdalena is someone that works on the ground, really directly with the people that need to be seen and need to be heard. And Then I share my just because it's fresh on my skin, I returned yesterday from the last meeting from an European project, an Erasmus project, which was introducing mindfulness in universities. It was a 3-year program, and it was actually a lot of money involved. But this money arrived, and after 3 years, I learned that you also need to address, of course, the institutions around and where the money lands, because we had to fulfill things that were not really necessary. I would have been more happier to go really in the schools and work with the students rather than preparing something online. So it requires, an education at all levels, on political levels, also people that work in university to understand that mindfulness is not a concept like business. It's like something we practice. So we, as part of the project, needed to have more contact with students we couldn't have. So overall, it's just like it requires time, it requires a lot of patience. And also, I remember what William Koiken was saying in the conference in Bangor about, the myriad project who didn't bring, the results they desired, but in the end, they understood that it's about the culture, not just the mindfulness, but where the mindfulness is landing. And this is really, it's about addressing everything, not just the ground. Of course, it's necessary that we go to the ground, but also we need to talk to who is directing who is giving the money from in the European Union, and which kind of project do you really support, and what are the tasks that when the money lands, we need really to fulfill to bring the results we need. It's not just about writing 25 pages on what mindfulness is, but is it really landing into the ground? Is it really landing into the skin of students? So that was for me personally, my personal contribution in society, that I learned a lot about we need to address many things. And what also Magdalena was stressing is the idea of really modeling as mindfulness teacher, maybe not even talking about mindfulness, but she was mentioning a word that also people from Montenegro would understand, is predah, which is about taking a breath, and also re-mentioning what I think Manish was saying, in Rome, do like Romans do, in the sense of speaking the language of the people you are meeting. And this is, I think, something that stays with me. I don't know if my colleague in the group would like to add something to my share.
Is there anyone who wants to add something from the group 3?
Yeah, I would.
Yes.
I would. Yeah. Just briefly. It was interesting listening to Magdalena saying something. She was in our group, and she was saying about how we need to like, for example, with politicians, we need to sort of get them like to the table to actually have this. And it's about our communication and mindful communication in the moment. And I was kind of saying about how I've had experience, let's say in Montenegro, starting conversations with politicians and using my mindfulness skills to help them to open, right? But then to actually bring them to get to them to do the practice, to start learning about it themselves in the way that Teresa's talked about, is that's another struggle. I mean, I spoke with Eva Mia about this when we tried to get a really good politician on board in Montenegro, but it's like sometimes they won't prioritize it unless there are, let's say, their colleagues are talking about it, or there's some narratives there in the political space that are sort of making it cool as something to explore. And this relates to Philip's talk about how we need the big PR campaigns. We need the big push out there in society at the level of intellectual conversation, the philosophical level, let's say, all these different spaces that will then inspire the politicians so that it kind of seems something that's cool to pick it up and run with it, and then actually get them, like, let's say, to the cushion. Because it's either not known about, or it's not seen as cool. It's seen as a bit woo-woo, And so I just think that that's a crucial element.
May I add something which is coming to me as a spark? I like the Ines talking about behind the scene and what happens on the scene. And there's a lot of mindful principles in that process. So, due to Croatia, behind the scene, let's meet. Let's call people from Croatia and from the region who can understand this language and talk how we can create this, I think Philip mentioned, the critical mass that is then recognized in the society, in your community. Let's invest, let's explore what the language we can talk that people of power who make decision will understand. But first of all, let's meet, let's embody mindfulness principle and talk what I'm doing in my work, what Ines is doing, what is done in schools, because there is work done that is not visible yet on this, I would say, collective level. So this is something I see as a first step. Let's meet, let's make it a conference of mindfulness workers and see what we can do as a collective. So this is what I wanted to add.
Thank you, Magdalena. Very nice. Do we have somebody from the room 4? There was a room 4.
Well, okay, I can start. So it was very pleasant conversation. Hester, Anita, Eva, Mia, and myself, we had, well, it was very interesting. I will just follow up to what was already said. It is very interesting for me, for example, how to learn how Bhutan is finding its own rather unique way in dealing with such things. So I was just thinking maybe it would be nice for Croatia to introduce an enlightened king to ease the things up. But then we realized, well, we don't have a king, so we have to deal with our own stuff. So basically, Eva Mia shared what she also already told us in the conference, their experience of making a breakthrough with the 2 cities and the Ministry of Justice. It was just tremendous. I, as well as Ines, have a legal background here in Croatia. I was an attorney at law, so I have really good experience and understand how Croatian bureaucracy is very tough and sometimes impenetrable. So what they did is really amazing, and it's a huge step forward in promoting this, what we are talking about. There was also it was also mentioned how politicians sometimes with good intentions get consumed when they come to power, and they just as if they sometimes lose themselves as well. And we also pointed out, it was interesting to learn what Manish said, Philip as well, that we should also pay attention to introducing mindful practices to children, because exactly as they told us, they are the next generations of decision makers. So we should also concentrate on that part as well. So please, dear colleagues, step in if you want to add something. But it was very interesting 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan Krešimir. Does anyone wants to add something from the group 4?
Yeah, maybe I'll just say something. So yeah, I've talked a little bit about how our intention is to expand it to the Smart City Initiative, how to raise awareness that this is the human aspect is important. And that the second thing is it's about scaling this on the wider level. So for this to happen, people need to do it, and future facilitators need to do it. So people who will be trained and who will be ones who will, broaden this and scale this up nationally, globally. But the pilot project is here, it's working, people are here, testimonials are here, and now we have something in our hands which needs to be just brought up a step further. So yeah, we will offer the facilitation training in Croatian and English for those who want. But if anybody has any ideas how to do it in a smart way, also we are open to all comments, suggestions, and yes. And we also had in our group Anita. She left. She was the Doctor of Happiness. She wrote a book and she was talking about the Ministry of Happiness about 5-6 years ago, And when I read this in the newspaper, I was like, wow, wow, I want to meet this lady, because she's really like, forward thinking. And now we are in the same group talking about this. So she's like, I thought this would never happen, So we never know what happens after today's conference. Yeah, spontaneously. So yeah, I'm just grateful that this conference happened today and we had the platform to present it. Yes, so very grateful to eamba and to eamba board for making it happen and for allowing us to be here today and to talk about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva-Mia. It was nice. Petra, how many groups was?
Can I say one thing about what Eva-Mia told? For a good, maybe good sign for us all. She also said, go to see in your country what is a smart city already. Then you can maybe connect it to that and maybe get trained and to bring it in your own city or in some cities in your own country. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
That's it.
Thank you, Esther. Thank you very much. Petra, did we have?
We had 5 groups,
5?
and
Okay.
Sasha and Eva were in it.
Okay, group number 5.
And group number 5. Eva, would you like to say something? Because I think everything you already said is kind of like was part of what we've been talking. It was just Eva and I. But maybe Eva would like to say something more specific. What did stay with you kind of from our observation?
Well, we were talking about how important is cooperation and working together. And we were talking about some obstacles that we encounter as educators. Well, some problems that I encounter is like when they call me from schools to deal with some kind of problems, especially violence among children, bullying. They call me when there is a big problem and they expect me to solve everything in one workshop. Sometimes they don't realize that you need a certain time and a certain contact with children to succeed and to make a change. So this is what we were basically talking about.
Really optimistic schools if they think that we can solve the problems in such a short time. But we know everything about schools, so I understand the obstacles. I don't know if in Montenegro is the same.
Well, yeah. Well, you heard a little bit from my friend Philip, what it's about. But I think what Magdalena was saying about actually us teachers meeting together, and also I think it was Tatini who was saying that just hearing like from Philip's presentation, actually this kind of new perspective, which is actually not so obvious to somebody who lives maybe in the Western Europe, that each town has its own kind of culture. but especially Balkans. And I kind of like I really welcome this conference because all the way it's a kind of worldwide, at the same time I kind of feel very connected with this part of the world and kind of sharing similar kind of experiences with Croatia. But I think that what's kind of needed for someone like me, and maybe as Magdalena was also saying, is that us teachers come together. And in a way, you know, what motivates teacher to come together and actually talk, because it's just kind of like looking at the screen. I mean, I know most of you, even I've spoken to Chris over the phone, and, you know, I haven't met maybe Sanya and Monica, you know, and even Krešimir, you know, maybe I saw you on some presentation of Mindfulness Initiative Croatia, but actually I think we just need to meet. So I think that was kind of really what I took from conversation with Eva. It was just that kind of personal contact. And for example, in the past with Katharina or with Teresa or other, you know, Ines and Eva, Mia as well, it's this kind of personal connection is, I think, what it is, because actually it's those individuals who are actually leading the way, you know. I mean, it's thanks to Philip's kind of sort of like both kind of character and ambition and everything that he's kind of promoting, you know, mindfulness in this way, apart from me, you know. So, you know, 2 is more than 1, so may it multiply. But it's kind of, we just need to meet. And I think it's going to be much better. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, Sasha. I agree. And I think that the rest of the speakers and I'll also agree. And thank you very much for the cooperation about these breakout rooms. It was very nice to hear some of you. And now I'm inviting Ines to take a word, because she will have a panel who will be moderated by her. So panel discussion, Ines.
Yeah, hi, I'm here, yeah. Well, actually, I was just listening and I'm realizing we're already in a panel, because we didn't plan on some specific now, you know, panel speakers, topics. It was imagined just as a space for all of us to share our thoughts, our ideas. So maybe we can simply spontaneously just continue, because that's what we've already, in a way, started. Maybe just to follow up on what Sasha mentioned, but I don't know about you, I have the impression that everything sort of comes together today. We have touched many subjects from different angles, but somehow they really make a whole picture. And to follow up on what Sasha said, I would like to maybe point out, just for the beginning of further conversation, something that Katarina shared in our breakout room, which was the word trust, which really spoke to me, because sometimes I really see our role as a bridge, because for some reason we have the need to spread mindfulness practices. We have the need to make them familiar to places and people who don't even know about them yet. Maybe they know they are unwell, but they might not know I need mindfulness. I know I didn't know I needed mindfulness. Back 10 years ago, I was searching through the internet how to deal with anxiety and panic attacks, and then mindfulness showed up. So the trust is really something that all of us already have. We all have some areas where people already trust us. We needed to trust somebody in order to step into our personal journeys. So maybe just to hear from you, what makes you trust this whole movement we are all a part of, and where you see yourselves as that little, little part of this web, because today we realize we are all a part of a much greater movement. Where do you feel trusted? Where do you feel you can take that connection you already have and use it maybe to invite people into mindfulness? So I think really trust is a big word when we talk about mindfulness and spreading it. Yeah. So whatever is maybe on your heart, on your mind, even connected to what I just said or not, please, you can raise your hand or simply...
Philip raised the hand, so...
Okay, because I can't see everybody.
Yes, I see, so I will...
So you can help me. Great.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Philip, you're welcome.
Thank you. I just wanted to say shortly a few things I mentioned to Tatini before related to the trust and to the communication, especially in the Balkan context. Because, in Montenegro and some neighboring countries, there is this, I would say, pervasive cynicism, pessimism, and skepticism. The things we talked about, many people will say here are, if they hear about them, are naive, are like, it's impossible to do it here. Like, if I try to speak to someone, they would say, mindfulness, those are things Western people can do or Buddhists in Asia can do, but here in Balkans, everything is rubbish, everything is corruption, it's naive, it's hippie to talk about this, to try to do this. But if you return in time in any of those other places, if you go to Western Europe in the Middle Ages, and see the education system that was not existent, there was only church, you could also say nothing is going to change, it's going to be the same as for always. But here we are, several hundreds years later, and we are talking about introducing mindfulness in schools, and we heard those wonderful people from Croatian municipalities talking about how they're dealing in specific situations. So who knows what's going to happen in the future after us with our children. So, but we in the Balkans, we also, so first of all, never quit, never give up. There is going to be, if we find one person in your town that is going to be helped in a way that Ines was saying when she had problems and she looked for money, one person, that's a big thing. And people don't know about this here yet. I talk to my students about mindfulness all the time. I think every week I at least mention them mindfulness once. And with new groups, who knows what mindfulness is? I don't know, 50 students, 60, 70 students, just one raises the hand. People don't know. So the process is slow, but for example, my friend from the Buddhist community of Montenegro told me that when people who are conservative or traditional and so on, and they say, what's this mindfulness? It's Buddhist, it's non-Christian, so on. And like he tells them, Novak Djokovic, the best tennis player in the world, meditates. He finances big projects for meditation in schools and so on. And he is probably the most popular sportsman in Montenegro. So when he says that Novak Djokovic meditates, like they're shut down. They don't have anything to say. This may sound banal, like silly thing, but it's not. It's actually, we're talking about how to create a realistic strategy to talk about these things in the Balkans, you know, because my friend Chris Lengte is often telling me about his ideas, his wonderful ideas, which we completely resonate. And sometimes, and when he says like, let's try this Montenegro, I'm just like, I'm thinking about people, you know, getting all kind of reactions to meditation, but it's possible. It's possible if it's done in the right way, in a secular way, connecting it to established science, connecting it to Western academia. It's studied on university and so on. It's like a part of psychology, psychotherapy, and so on and so on. So it's possible. We are talking now about a communication strategy, how to bring that trust also in other people who may be skeptical about this here. And all the time for different things, I hear in Montenegro this complete skepticism, this complete defeatism. Nothing is going to be better. It's going to be like this for thousands. It's just going to get worse. But it's not like that. Actually, if we make a small change, like just a little bit of change, then tomorrow the next generation, little bit, and then So I'm talking about Balkan context, how to be smart, to specific, to address, to tailor the communication strategies to specific target groups. Sorry for talking too much.
Thank you, Phil.
No, yeah.
Magdalena raised the hand, so.
Yeah. Yes, I will give the word to Magdalena just in a second. Thank you, Philip. You really did wrap it up nicely, because I believe that an essential part for the trust to be to be alive, you know, to spark within a person, which then opens its mind, its heart, and so on. An essential part is really that element of meeting the person where they're at, talking their language, what also was mentioned today. Like really, yes, you might be skeptic, you might be whatever, and I honor that. I honor that. I am not judging you for it, but I meet you there. And once we meet there, let's see how we can talk so that we can hear each other. So that was something I got from you, Philip. Thank you. Magdalena.
Yeah, you just started with what I wanted to tell. I love this word trust. And it comes, I'm mindfulness working. I'm always on the ground. I think everything starts here with me. What is this process which makes me trust that mindfulness is right practice for me? And if I meet another human being, how I honestly show it, and how I can recognize that this human being trusts me, and that I can, what you're saying, I meet you here where you are, with all your defense and skepticism, but I trust you are opening. So when I told, let's meet, what I have now in mind, let's meet as a mindfulness, I even don't want to say mindfulness teachers, but mindfulness workers. And let's see, how do we trust first ourselves? How do we trust this process? And how do we trust each other? Then we can really cooperate. Let's start from there. And if there is in this region 10 of us who trust each other, we can really make the difference. One person, very hard. But 10 of us, I always say 2 people who trust each other is much more than one alone. So this is my idea about trust. Let's start from ourselves, from myself, for what I'm doing, what I'm showing up, and then meet together.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Beautifully put. Trust ourselves and trust each other and trust the movement. And it's like a glue and the driving force for everything. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else? Ivančica, did we have any other thoughts?
Yes, Katarina.
When I listen to how we talk about trust, we talk on several levels. You already started summarizing that, Ines. But I really think it is important to separate those different aspects of trust, because you can't work on them together. Each is a different part of trust. The thing that is happening here, when Sasha started inviting Let's Meet, and Philip, Magdalena, Ines, you chimed in, it sounds to me like, okay, this could be the beginning of what a few years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, we called MIR, Mindfulness Initiative Reggio, which also means peace in your language, as I understood. That would be one thing. And that thing is the trust in collaboration, which could lead to a cooperative working together in a way that there is a healthy competition, not competition against each other, but for each other, which is on the level of what Magdalena calls the mindfulness workers, or the mindfulness professionals, or the mindfulness teachers, or any synonym you could take for that. Another thing is trusting in the future of mindfulness informing societies, not only individuals. We are back to square one, where we realize that mindfulness is not an individual thing, but a collective thing. For that to happen, as teachers, we also must keep awareness that we are not preaching a religion. We are not creating a cult. We must stay aware that we are always inviting people to share in this movement, that they have freedom, that we don't overpromise what mindfulness practice can do, but that we are informed as teachers of the research there is, and also of where research tells us it does not work. And so, for example, we know already that we have more impact if we train parents and teachers than if we train children, because children very easily take on a practice once the adults surrounding them, once they're in a mindful context, in a mindful culture. So very often when I go to companies, especially in the past, the management would ask me to train their employees, but they wouldn't be in the training. I always refused, because they are the ones carrying the culture, and the parents and the school teachers are the ones carrying the culture. So we always must include them. If we go to a prison, it's not only the inmates, it's the contacts, it's the guards, and it's the judiciary system, educating the judges to educate the people who have been doing wrong to society, to reintegrate them. So that's the second part, our trusting mindfulness. And the third part is in our marketing and communication, to address those parts of society that already trust us. Because, like Ines, you have been in the judiciary system. You have lawyers and judges who know you, who trust you as a person. And then when, who was that? Ivamia, you have been in public service. So of course, the School for Public Service trusts you. We have to find the easy stepping stones. If you're a school teacher, go back to school. If you're a businessman, go to businesses. If you're a politician, go to the parliament. Those are the stepping stones. These people trust. It's a niche. The niche trusts us. There is the story of this Zen story of the oxen that went into the wilderness. And the person guarding the oxen went into the wilderness to find the oxen. Of course, that was a transformatory journey. But the guardian of the oxen, after finding him, the oxen, returned to the city to share the insights and to share the teachings from that story. Why? Because the guardian of that oxen was already known to the citizens in that city, and they trusted him. So then we need a totally different marketing if we go to the people who already trust us. Hester is here with art and mindfulness. When you go to a museum, the people trust you. They know you. You don't have to tell them who you are. And that is the case in every field. We need to address the people that already trust us. And for that, first we must trust ourselves, because very often we left our former profession because we had a burnout there, because we didn't like the work anymore, because we were disappointed about the ethics in that field. But we are needed to return to that field and embrace our former hurt, our former injuries, and heal them for ourselves and for the context. Go back to our colleagues, our former colleagues, and share mindfulness with them. And then they will share it with their families, their friends. And then we can go to the sports clubs because they introduce us there. We can then go to the IT industry because they will introduce us there. They are our stepping stones. And honoring those stepping stones, I mean, I see you smiling, you know that when you go back to your lawyer friends or your judge friends or to the prosecutors, they have families in other fields, in other industries. They will then introduce you, and that is the way to go there. And that marketing costs very little. And then we don't need to invest that. We need, as Philip said, invest wholesomely. €1 in defense is €1 in mindfulness. As King Ma said, we need to collaborate cross-disciplinary. This is the way. So then we have trust on at least 3 levels. And I think if we would continue this dialogue in that way, we have trust on even more levels.
Beautifully put. Thank you very much, Katharina. Yes. Okay. Were there any other hands? Yeah.
Ellen raised the hand.
Yes. Thank you, Alan. Go ahead.
I have a wish. So I spent a winter on Ustitsa Peninsula in Montenegro. So I have a real affinity towards Montenegro, and I spent 2.5 years in Croatia during the pandemic. So I have a real affinity for Croatia. And Eva Mia, I probably spent 2 weeks at the MUP in Zadar, and was treated so lovely by the people there to enable my stay. And I saw the stress they were under with all they had to deal with. My wish is that you meet in person. I think Sasha's call for that to meet together is really important. There are just some things that happen when we're in the same room together. And we all know that, so I'm not saying anything we don't know. But my wish is you meet as friends and colleagues. So language is important. And of course, we know who we are. We're teachers, we're mindfulness workers. It really, maybe on the surface, doesn't sound like it matters, but having a little bit of a sense of the Balkans, I think it could be really powerful, what's happening here. That's my wish, that you do meet and that you meet as friends.
Yeah. Words do matter, really. When you say meet as friends, it's a completely different setup already before you even say a word. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, did we have any other?
I would like to add to the wish of Ellen. I've been in Croatia last year, and what I felt is that the community is much larger than we see now. So my wish would be that the friendship aspect would be extended to the people who were there and the people who were not yet there, and that they are included as well. And they will also be welcomed as friends. It doesn't matter what comes after the M, an MBSR, an MBCT, an MBCL. I mean, the acronyms are just zooming around our head. But as John Kabat-Zinn says, it's about the M. And that is what connects us. Irrespective of turf wars on your MBSR and I am MBCT, and that is why we don't meet. Let's make this, especially your region, an example, and the teachers, an example of peacemaking.
Thank you. Okay. Tatini, I see you. Maybe there was somebody before or not? Okay. Tatini,
Yeah,
you can go
just a
ahead.
second.
Mm-hmm.
We need to. Can you hear me? No, not probably. No? Yeah, now you can hear me, no? Yeah, super. Yeah. I mean, these dimensions of trust is really, it's huge. I mean, when I inquire into trust, then automatically I inquire into belonging. When I inquire into trust, I inquire into common humanity. And when I inquire into trust, I feel the anxiety, actually. Yeah, I fear I'm scared. I'm scared. And then I need courage, yeah, and to have the courage to speak up and to have the courage to embody what I teach and to humble myself again and again and again as a teacher into that space of not knowing, truly not knowing. That makes me courageous, free fall, kind of. And all what is left is my practice, is my breath. And then from there, this wisdom appears. Okay, this is the next step. This is what I need to do. This is what I need to put myself out here. Yeah. So trusting while I'm walking the talk. Yeah. I'm walking the path step by step by step, and pitfalls and falling back and starting back to zero, monopoly. Yeah. Back to zero. No, lost all my houses. No. Yeah. Losing part of my ego structure and then starting all new. And this is happening in me, and this is happening in you, and this is happening in our this is happening in the world, actually. So when Ines, I heard you, this little math formula, like experience plus desire leads to intention. I would say trust. I don't have yet the formula, but it's like trust, or trust is the resolution of courage and not knowing. Yeah. So just to add my personal inquiry into this. Thank you.
Beautifully put. You really took me, Tatini, on a little journey as you shared so openly that trust leads to belonging, and the belonging leads to a little bit of anxiety because I really don't know. Yeah. Thank you for that. It was really touching. Yeah. Okay.
For me, it's also very organic. Organic in the way you can hear that we are next to each other. So we have to deal. Is it okay now? Yeah, okay. And what I think of is sourdough. You all know sourdough? It's a natural yeast and it's alive, but it can dry. For example, if someone hurts you, or if someone cheats on you or lies to you, and you say, I'll close this interaction, but you can come back and you can say sorry, and then I will forgive you. Then you put water on sourdough, and it will come to life again, and you can bake new bread. You keep a bit of the sourdough for the next bread. So trust is so elastic and so organic and so lively. And if we treat it that way, there can be periods of dryness, but we can recover from that. We don't have to be angry the rest of our lives. We don't have to make war the rest of our lives. We can come back, we can relive in, if that is a word. English speakers, please, is that a word? Reliven, reliven? We can rejuvenate. We can put life into it again and live with it. And I think we are there. There's so much competition also in the field of mindfulness. Let's get rid of that. We are not even enough teachers to teach the whole world. If the ministries of health, the ministries of education, and whatever, the ministries of justice would suddenly say, yes, come on, we need you. We don't have enough people. So why waste our energy on turf wars when we can collaborate and make cooperatives to make this work and give a home to each of us and to feel that belonging that obviously resonates so heavily with us, and just make this an organic collaboration. I see Ivamia nodding. I like that. Thank you. Yeah, Chris.
Thank you, Katarina. Chris, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Katarina. There's themes emerging here, aren't there, around trust, around community. I want to speak to that. I want to share some vulnerability, I think, within this. Personally, I can sometimes feel quite alone, and sometimes it can even feel a little bit hopeless because I'm like an independent networker in this space, and progress depends on forging connections, and sometimes they work out, and an energy is built and it's wonderful, but sometimes you can get an inspiring conversation going with someone over the period of weeks or months, and it deepens, and then they just suddenly don't show up anymore. And it's like they can't then take the next step. Like I talked about earlier, that like the politician that then won't come to the cushion, and you're suddenly so disappointed. But yeah, the need for community, there is support in that, and I've had little moments of that. I mean, at the conference in Wales recently, and I met with you guys there from eamba, with you ladies, and that was lovely. There's little moments of community. Here we've got some again today, but I struggle with not having enough support from others who are also perhaps feeling sometimes demoralized, sometimes like it's a thankless task. And yeah, I certainly would feel that sense of support and trust if there was more community, if there was more I don't know, more regular spaces like this. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, and to me, sometimes it feels that this, as you say, hopelessness or loneliness or whatever might come in, comes when our vision narrows, when we are somehow occupied, we get occupied, as you say, with that leader who will talk about it but won't do it, or whatever we find significant at the moment. And then we get entangled around our own struggles. And that is why environments like this really help us to sort of just look left, look right, and see our place within that whole web of same intentions. There might be other people who occasionally get a little bit hopeless or lonely or tired in their own intentions, but we are really together in all of this. So thank you for your moment of vulnerability and honesty. I believe most of us know the place. So thank you for that. Okay. I'm going through your faces. I'm happy most of them are with cameras on. Do we have any other thoughts on this?
Yeah, maybe I would just like to share something regarding what Philip said in the beginning. I was like, okay, if there's going to be time, I will comment, but if it won't, then I will not. So he was talking about the Balkan mentality and about sarcasm and negativity and, how it's all one big negative, ball of negativity and sarcasm, everything's there. So I know 7 years ago when we started talking about this and starting the mindfulness initiative, there was so much, cynicism and sarcasm that we have encountered. So many closed doors on which we have knocked, but, a few opened, and those that opened, we went through and we made a change, we made a transformation. Did I feel at ease when I was doing this? Did I feel comfortable when I was going through the process? No. Was I scared? Yes. Was I not sure if this will succeed? Yes. I was, was I frightened? Yes. Am I frightened now about what I'm doing? Yes. It's just, every day I'm going through the new process of, redefining myself, remaking, checking my vision, my intention, is this what I feel, what I want to do every single day? Every single day. So change doesn't come if we just sit and don't make the step in terms of knocking on the door and being ready to be rejected, being ready that 100 doors will be closed in front of us and people will say, oh, what are you talking about? We just have to be ready for that. And now when I get a closed door, I'm like, oh, okay, another one. Okay, let's knock on the next one. Let's see who opens, and maybe I get a yes, So yeah, it's just not being scared, because 7 years later, we really do have an organization. We really do have 8, 9, 10 people who are there, who will, who will help with the whole process. And we have made the change, like what we're doing with Ines now. If somebody asked me 8 years before, am I going to find somebody else who will be, think like me, and that we will make a change in the judiciary process? I probably say, oh, I hope there will be one person. But I found Ines. Ines found me, and we are going through that path and we are opening doors. But 8 years ago, I would have probably said that this will not happen. I mean, training judges, it's prosecutors in Croatia. It's a big thing, or making the thing with locking on local governments and knocking on their doors. It's also a process, but it's happening despite the cynicism, negativity, and everything else that's present in the Balkans. So just don't be scared, because it's a natural process, but just, go one step at a time, and just before a lot of doors being closed, but some will in the end open, and be ready when they do. Just when they do that, you won't be like, oh my God, this one opened. Oh, wow. And it's going to keep you alive for some time. So yeah, I know the Balkan mentality, and I know it's not easy. But yeah, when you succeed, you feel good, just because it was not so easy. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, and it is specifically for the Balkan mentality. We do share so much, the language and the culture, and we all know what we mean when we say the Balkan culture and why we perceive it being quite difficult. But at the same time, the paths we are opening could also be something that is ours. So you open the door to one city in Croatia, and then it's already a little bit easier to open the doors of the next city in Croatia. Or you open the doors, just happen to be of the judiciary in Croatia. But if you come in Montenegro and knock on the door of the Ministry of Justice and you say, hey, Croatia is already doing it, look, it's completely different than if you just try to explain your idea. So that is why I feel that each little victory, each one of us does. Ivančica was talking about how she does mindfulness in a Croatian school. She has the support of the principal. So those places are happening, and each little victory that each one of us does is really a victory for all of us, because it makes everybody's paths a little bit easier with each step we make. It's universal. It's not only for the Balkans, but we are in this stage of it has been born, it has taken off, and now it's gaining momentum. So really to know about each other and each other's work, I find it's really important. Yeah. So thank you. Yes, did I see some hands? Yes, Magdalena. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want to add, me are inspired with these doors. Let's ask another mindfulness teacher in Croatia that exists and work. How did you open the door in the prison system? Because some of them did. They did some work. How did you open the door in schools? There are people who opened that door and did some work. How did you open the door in the university? So this is what I had in mind when talking about trust. Let's talk, how did you do it? And let's see, do I trust you? Do you trust me? What can you do? What can we learn from each other and do it as a team? This is what I wanted to add.
Thanks, Magdalena. Yes, if it happens once, it can happen again, whatever the doors might be. Okay. Did we have any more thoughts?
Sasha is raising.
Sasha? Yes, Sasha, I don't see you, but please just.
Just want to say thank you to each of you individually who shared. So it's really touching and inspiring for me. And actually, sort of in the Eastern tradition, there is actually, they call people like that spiritual warriors. So it's actually vulnerability and that kind of continuous openness that all of you have shared in a way of dealing with things is actually sort of the highest quality of us humans that's possible. But I was just thinking, we were talking about communication and, you know, I think Katharina was beautifully putting everything in perspective at that third level. And we were talking about Novak Djokovic. I mean, he is available. I mean, he's not untouchable. But I think what needs to happen is that it's clear that it needs to be, you know, let's popularize, or I don't know, whatever word we want to see. I mean, we all kind of, you know, so Philip was saying, you know, if this one is doing, you know, when David Beckham used to push a baby push chair, suddenly all men started pushing chair, and it was really cool to do it. Otherwise, they wouldn't been seen dead pushing a chair, isn't it? You know, so it's same like with Novak. Also, his foundation is sponsoring this educational charity startup. I don't know what it's called. You know. I mean, he's kind of originally from Montenegro, you know, so his parents kind of obviously moved to Belgrade and lived there, and, you know, so he's kind of Serbian now, but he's kind of very connected with Montenegro. I'm sure that if there is some really well thought out kind of proposal, then we could actually find a good way to kind of get in touch with him, and I'm sure that he would respond, because it's definitely something that's close to his heart, but also he's from this, if it's coming from this part of the world, then it might be even more special for him. And then to see, like, you know, how he can help with the campaign, because I think it was Chris and everybody was talking about need of a campaign. People need to know, because most of the people don't know. I think Ines was saying as well that, you know, how mindfulness can help. And I don't have capacity to do that myself. But, you know, if we kind of go with one or two people like that, then we have the whole thing covered, you know. You know the story about the princess and the world being covered with thorns. You know that one, don't you? No? So there was this princess, and then, you know, she kind of got stung in a foot by a thorn, and she said, like, she gave an order. She wants the whole country to be covered with leather, so she doesn't, you know, pinch her. It doesn't happen again. And suddenly, everybody was kind of getting ready to cover the whole kingdom in leather in order to protect her feet. But then a wise man came and said, like, well, look, you know, why don't we kind of create a sole, covering the sole of your foot, and then, you know, we don't have to go through such expense, and you'll be saved. And that's apparently how the shoe came about. So, so it's kind of like maybe with Novak Djokovic, or there might be some other people, you know, I mean, you are all celebrities as far as I'm concerned, you know, so we can, yeah. And also maybe having a kind of a, was Philip and somebody else was talking about this kind of media campaign and in a way kind of appropriate way of doing it, obviously video and visuals. I'm just kind of following the Willem Kuken's new book and how he's kind of following it on his Facebook and Instagram. It's a lot of video, a lot of kind of like really well chosen, probably well advised, I think, sort of campaign, but looking very personal and very kind of like chilled out, you know, but obviously, you know, a lot of work went into it. So I think that's what I would like to see. eamba might gather all of that. And then maybe rather than being maybe too general, you know, we can kind of maybe start with Novak, sort of like with the Balkans kind of thing, obviously, and then everything could be easily done into different languages and kind of like just, anyway, I'm just kind of thinking of this multi-tier kind of approach, you know.
Can I just say, this is a conversation, Sasha. I don't want this conversation to dwindle away. I want it to keep going, because this feels very alive right now, me, because I can feel it in my body reacts. It's like excitement and anxiety, and it's like, yeah, I trust this feeling, this feels alive, it feels powerful. And I love this thing of approaching high net worth individuals or highly influential culturally individuals, and that requires a team of people to come together and devote time and energy towards having conversations around how can we make this happen, and who can network with other people that can help with this, maybe people who've got experience in approaching such people in a way that's credible. Because if this is in someone like Novak Djokovic's, if this is in his heart, then there's no reason why we can't access his heart if it's done with the right way, in a way where we bring our own authenticity, but in a way that's credible and professional as well. So this is a conversation I would very much be interested to continue, Sasha, and I'm glad you raised it.
Well, as Katarina was saying, you know, and then he says yes, and then, okay, where are the people to actually do the work? So in a way, it needs to be really done properly. Do you see what I'm saying? It's kind of not just kind of getting yes from him. It's kind of like, okay, what is the result we want from that? And we need to have a strategy, a long-term strategy, as Katarina was saying, with a lot of trained people, or at least to identify people who kind of comply to that vision. So then whatever the outcome is of that connection actually pan out into a very fruitful, helpful, kind of wide sort of benefit to people.
Yeah, like what if someone says yes? Like me and Katerina have had this conversation. You need a bank account ready. I mean, you need practical things in place to then be able to receive that goodwill or that financial assistance. Because I think that there is potential that we could attract significant financial assistance, because we're sitting on gold here, real gold. It can change a lot of people's lives. Yeah, but we need a dedicated space to continue this conversation, because we wouldn't have the time today, but I mean, yeah, we can speak about.
Of course, we have each other numbers, so, and you know, like we can. I mean, I'm not kind of volunteering myself, but I just kind of think that it's a small world here, you know. So I'm sure if I suddenly start, Philip, do you know someone? You know, they'll find a way to Novak. I'm sure. It's not like, you know, it's a small Small world.
Yeah,
actually.
I mean, I would want to speak to Mindfulness Initiative in London about this, because they've been looking at this question of getting sort of ready to receive big donor assistance. So that's the conversation I'd like to have with them. And this is someone that could perhaps help.
Sasha and Chris, we do have a space within eamba talking about this, which is the campaign team that was founded last year at the conference in November. It's a campaign team to have a European communication campaign. And actually, Richard Edwards, who is the director of the Mindfulness Initiative, is part of that team. We have a leadership consultant from Germany. We have a marketing person from the UK. We have a French person. So you're join that team. So attracting the money, I dare say, is not a problem. Because once you have a good plan, once you have a mission and you have something going forward, it's the same thing that investors look for when they look at a startup. They look at those criteria. What they want to see mainly is there a strong team? And is there a vision to do something valuable with the money we give? And the campaign team has been talking until May, when I had a health incident. But over those 5 months, we have not yet succeeded, because it is very difficult to create a plan, an action plan that is solid enough to go to get financial means. We can, once we have that plan, we can roll it out. So please come into that team and help create that plan. And then all you here as associations, we will need the local associations to be the local ambassador, because it's not eamba doing this as a board. eamba only exists by virtue of the local associations who have to roll it out then. They have to look to the local VIPs, because nowadays this is going through influencer marketing. So locally, we have to find the Novaks and what have you, and the football players and the movie stars to make this happen. Not only financially, but to be the one who puts the spotlight on the areas that we want to touch. So let's create that. Let's use this momentum. Come into the team, participate.
Because Alan is the only one from US here, I think. I mean, there are so many NBA players and, who meditate and stuff like that, which we might have heard of, But then if we can kind of harness all of them in one place, in one campaign, then kind of it would be far more reaching than, if you kind of do them individually. So, Alan, does this resonate with you in terms of famous sportsmen in USA actually doing meditation or mindfulness? Are you familiar with that?
Sure. There's one gentleman named George Mumford, who's worked with a lot of NBA coaches and players, who's very central to mindfulness in sports in the US, at least the NBA. Yeah, so I mean, these people can be reached out to when they're planned together.
It's thundering here. It's not a problem.
So it's refreshing.
Yes, bit too refreshing. Yeah, flooding and yeah. Please think of people in Bosnia. There are like a lot of people died in floods just yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah.
Katerina, if you've got this campaign team running, it's up and running again. Fantastic. Please shoot us over an email. I'm all in for that. Sasha seems very keen as well, and think Eva Mia is saying something here in the chat. She's in for brainstorming on this. I mean, a whole bunch of us are. And yeah, I feel positive.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely brainstorming with Eva Mia on this and see what we can come up with. Yeah, I'm not really a fundraiser, but maybe just kind of communicating the, the whatever, the ideas and, seeing how it can materialize. Because what I was suggesting, and in one of eamba meetings, is to have a European campaign, which is kind of like a well thought out, kind of educational, fun, call it whatever you like, sort of like, eamba sort of multicultural campaign, where actually people can see what mindfulness really is, but that it's done in different languages. So each association would publish in their own language, but then we would be sending a consistent message to the public and the world about what we represent, because there are a lot of misconceptions, as we know, about mindfulness. So that's something that would be interesting, because I think that would help me actually just translate into Montenegrin and just kind of push it here, rather than me trying to invent mindfulness is this. I mean, every one of you had to create what mindfulness is. It's all kind of maybe specific to, but is there something that could be juicy and really sexy that we can kind of really kind of do it and use all of our wisdom, all of our experience, back it up with some visuals and kind of, so then people can, the whole world can get the same message. This is what it is. And it's kind of wherever you turn, you get the same message. Do you see what I'm trying to say? So that's our collective. I think that's how little small people like me could benefit from these kind of bigger connections.
Great. Thank you, Sasha and Chris and everybody. I guess this might be a good place where we sort of wrap it up on this beautiful energy of like inspiration and encouragement and ideas and the wish to be a part of. So I believe it's a great place to really take it from here and then move on to the next, like, okay, now what do I do? Like, what do I do as the next step? So great. This is definitely a conversation that will be continued. And I'm already looking forward to like next year, this time, eamba conference. And who knows what place might be reached within a year. So thank you. I guess we are approaching the closing time. So unless there is something that needs to be said, finally, I would like to head over to Katerina to sort of make a conclusion of the day.
Thank you, Ines. Actually, I think we made a collective wrap up in the last 34 minutes, or no, 45 minutes, I think. But I do have a few things that I wrote down today that encouraged me, and I would like to share them with you to encourage you as well. One of the things is that in that last conversation, we heard that the change is hard. So there is this expression of the change is hard at the beginning, and then it's messy in the middle. We heard Eva Mia give a few examples about that, but then it's gorgeous at the end. And I would like to put that as a flag at the horizon, that we always remember that that whatever we feel, we remember at what stage are we now? Are we in the hard part, in the messy part, or in the gorgeous part? And today I saw the word celebrate on the slides twice at least. So there are gorgeous moments in between, while it's hard or while it's messy, when we have to remember to celebrate. And my first conclusion is, this is such a moment for me, and I hope for you, that we can celebrate. I feel the energy in this room, even though it's virtual, that there is reason to celebrate. There was like consistency in what we are sharing with each other. Then the second thing that struck me today is Chris Rubin said, we are disconnected due to hyper-individualism. And also the last hour confirmed me in that. There's also hyper-individualism within a country, within a region, between teachers. And if we stop that hyper-individualism and instead of disconnecting and accepting competition to disconnect us and to make us more individuals, but to become a collective, then we could overcome that. And I would wish for us to do that. And I chimed in with your wish, Ellen, for the region. I want that for all of us, to be connected instead of hyper-individualized. And Kinga gave us a recipe for that. He said that we need, and they have in Bhutan, cross-disciplinary collaboration. Cross-disciplinary collaboration. And that reminds me of what you said, Sasha. I am not a fundraiser. You don't need to be. If we are in a team and we have one of each discipline, quality, talent, skill, then we can share. And by sharing it, we can multiply. And you do what you're good at, and someone else does the fundraising. Then we had Chris saying that this is a multiple health burden, and we need to attend to it before we fall off the cliff. Well, that can be broadened to not only being a personal health problem of people, but a health problem of the planet as a total, and we can fall off the cliff. And the Mindfulness Initiative brought us a brilliant report, helping us to see the reconnection report, that mindfulness could be the bridge to that connection where we help people and the planet to not fall off the cliff. So let's do it. Let's do it. Let's be courageous. So looking at my notes, the co-responsibility that Eva mentioned of the mayors as decision makers, but the civil servants then taking over and saying, it helped me, and I'm now a better civil servant to the citizens. Now, what is that for a cascade of planting good seeds, goodwill, and cascading that out into the city, out into the society? And Manish telling us to cater to the needs of the local culture. When in Rome, act like the Romans. I mean, he did a brilliant job by using the business culture that we are not really implementing in mindfulness. We are more humble than he did. But he went out in the world using do as the Romans do to make a big wave. Who else have I got? Teresa Roach, with her community-wide integration, that 5-sector strategy model, connecting everything and saying, we don't want it to be in a vacuum. What do we need? We will be informed by listening to people when they're not in survival mode. Well, how good can it get? How good can it get? I don't know who it said. I think it was you, Philip. Mindful communication in the moment. Maybe someone else. Maybe I'm discrediting the person who said this, but it touched me. And it reminded me of what Thich Nhat Hanh said. The miracle is not to walk on water. The miracle is to walk on this earth and to get on the cushion, but also to get off the cushion, walk into the city and be with the people, not sit there in our studios, get off the cushion and get into the metro, into the city, and be mindful there, have mindful living. So I was very inspired today by what you did, the speakers, the discussion, the dialogue, all this energy, that we might start that European campaign and make it an international campaign, because that was exactly the dream. You wish for it, Ellen? We are still dreaming that campaign. It's not yet there. It's still the hard beginning. Let's get into the messy part. Let's do it. And if we then connect with the United Nations, I put that in the chat, by the way, and then Tatini is here to remind me. I will put it on the blog on the eamba News, so you have the connection to be there on the 9th, which is in 4 days. If the United Nations wants a conference on this, let's use the momentum. Let's be there. Let's step up. Let's be ready and catch the opportunity and make a dent in the universe, following the late Steve Jobs. I salute you. I honor you, my dear colleagues. I'm very happy we are here together. I have a connection with each of you, a personal connection, and I have a collective connection with you. Let's continue this. Let's make it bigger. Let's include everyone who seems to be against us, because at the basis, I think this is common humanity. We are in this together on what John Kabat-Zinn calls enterprise Earth. Thank you so much for being here. Until the end, I mean, we 16, we made it to the end. Salute.
You're so wonderful.
Special thanks to the Croatian team who lived through the hard process, the messy process. Here is your gorgeous moment. Let's applaud for the Croatian team.
Thank you very much.
Open your microphones, please, because they can't hear you. Sasha, open.
Bravo, čestitamo.
I have a drum to celebrate.
Drago mi je da smo se vidjeli. Thank you.
Thank you. And
Thank
sorry,
you all.
Katarina, for jumping in. I just wanted to thank Ivančica for hosting this whole day and being really the heart of all our. We had a little group on WhatsApp as the day was going by. So thank you, Ivančica, for your focus and your heart and leading
And
us.
I'm doing
through
this
the day.
first time in my life, so
Yes, yes.
Woo! I'm natural talented.
Yes, congratulations to you too.
And even
The funny thing, we have one more member.
Yes,
Sherry.
and Ivan.
One more person is coming in. Janina, the conference is just being closed. So you can see it online when it's published. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Best day, the rest of the day.
Bye.
Bye, till.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katarina, for all the help and the support.
Well, thank you, Petra and Ivančica. You did the most work. So this is it's up to you. All the kudos go to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear ones.
Bye. Bye,
Have a
girls.
nice day.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.